In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie Q. I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie, Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. Happy Black History Month. I hope you guys are doing well. Let's get into our presentation of Black history. I find that it is very important to reiterate the importance of Medgar Evers, and you will see why I think it's important on today to reiterate what Medgar Evers meant to getting Black people the right to vote. So this link is in my description box. Let me share this with you. Every day this month, I will be highlighting someone in Black history. Hope you sit down and try to understand what this administration and why this administration is trying to obliterate the gains of Black history and people who excelled in moving the Black race forward in these United States of America. So let's take a gander.
Was a civil rights activist and first NAACP field secretary in Mississippi until he was assassinated by Byron Della Beckwith June.
Hold on, I think I have that playing. Oh, it's playing at normal speed.
12, 1963. If you like stories like this, you can find more stories like this at onemichistory.com. If you'd like to support the channel, you can do so on my Buy Me Coffee or my Patreon page in the description below. Please give us 5 stars on Apple Podcasts and support the YouTube channel. Without further ado, let's get started. Medgar Wiley Evers was born July 2nd, 1925 in Decatur, Mississippi. He was the third of 5 children to Jesse Wright and James Evers. He grew up in a farming family, and James also worked in a sawmill. Evers would be drafted into the United States Army in 1943, where he served in the European theater and fought in France and Germany, as well as the Battle of Normandy in June of 1944, before receiving an honorable discharge in 1946. Evers Then enrolled in Alcorn College, now Alcorn State University. In 1948, he majored in business administration and competed on the debate team, football, track, sang in the choir with the junior class president before earning his bachelor's in arts in 1952. After school, he moved to Mount Bayou, Mississippi, where he initially found work as a salesman at the T.R.M. Howard Magnolia Mutual Life Insurance Company. He soon became involved in the Regional Council for Negro Leadership, where he began to organize actions for civil rights. He got his first experience as a civil rights organizer when he spearheaded the Regional Council of Negro Leadership to boycott gasoline stations that denied Black people the use of their restrooms. With his brother Charles, they all worked on behalf of the NAACP and organizing local affiliates. In 1954, following the Brown versus the Board of Education decision by the United States Supreme Court that desegregated public schools, Evers applied to the state-supported University of Mississippi Law School as part of a test case by the NAACP. Of course, his application was rejected because of his race. Thurgood Marshall served as his attorney for his legal challenge against racial discrimination. While he failed to gain admission to the law school, Evers managed to raise his local profile with the NAACP. So in November of 1954, he became the first field secretary of the NAACP in Mississippi. Then he would move his family to Jackson, Mississippi. As the state field secretary, Evers traveled throughout Mississippi extensively, recruiting new members for the NAACP, organizing voter registration drives, setting up new chapters of the NAACP, and he also led demonstrations and economic boycotts of white-owned companies that practiced discrimination against African Americans. Evers assisted in organizing the Biloxi Wade-In from 1959 to 1963, which protested against the city's public beaches on Mississippi's Gulf Coast. He also conducted action to integrate Jackson's privately owned bus companies and public parks, led a voter registration drive, and used boycotts to integrate Leake County schools. And he led very public investigations of the lynching of Emmett Till in Mississippi in 1955. While he was virtually unknown outside of Mississippi, he was one of Mississippi's most prominent civil rights activists. Evers' civil rights efforts, along with investigative work, made him a target for the very large population of white supremacists and the Ku Klux Klan. He and his family were subject to numerous threats and violent actions. In the weeks before his assassination, he encountered a new level of hostility. On May 28, 1963, a Molotov cocktail was thrown through his carport of his home, and on June 7th of 1963, Evers was nearly run down as he came out of the NAACP office in Jackson, Mississippi. Evers lived in the threat of constant death, and the risk was so high before his death that Evers and his wife trained his children on what to do in case of a shooting or a bombing or any other type of attack. Evers was almost regularly followed home by at least 2 FBI cars and 1 cop car, but early in the morning of June 12, 1963, he arrived home without an escort. There's some speculation that many members of the police force at the time were members of the Ku Klux Klan and were aware of the threat on his life. And Evers himself had been warned by his wife earlier in the week, and he even felt that he was in greater danger than usual. After pulling up into his driveway and returning from a meeting with NAACP lawyers, he emerged from his car carrying NAACP t-shirts that read, "Jim Crow must go." He was shot and struck in the back of the neck. The bullet passed through his heart, and initially he was thrown to the ground by the impact. Evers rose and staggered about 30 feet before collapsing at his own front door. He was rushed to the University of Mississippi in Jackson, where he's initially refused entry because of his race and was only admitted after his family explained who he was. He would pass away only an hour later He was only 37 years old. More nationally, he was buried June 19th in Arlington Cemetery, where he received full military honors before a crowd of nearly 3,000 people. The national outrage over Evers' murder only increased support for legislation that would become the Civil Rights Act 1964. After Evers was assassinated, an estimated 5,000 people marched on the Masonic Temple on Lynch Street, Collins Funeral Home, to North Ferris Street in Jackson, Mississippi. Martin Luther King and other civil rights leaders led the procession, and the local police came to meet the nonviolent protesters with riot gear and rifles. The mayor also made a public mandate against singing at the march, but the marchers sang songs of rage and sorrow anyway. With tensions extremely high, this led to a standoff between the marchers and the police, with the marchers attempting to maintain nonviolence. Early FBI investigations unearthed a suspect, Byron Della Beckworth, a fertilizer salesman, segregationist, and a member of the Mississippi's White Citizens Council. At Eddystone, Enfield, 1917 rifle was found near the crime.
The White Citizens Council is a technical name for the Ku Klux Klan. It was well known that he was a Klan member.
Crime scene registered to Beckwith, and his fingerprints were found on the scope. Also, several witnesses placed him in the area around the time of the murder, and he was publicly swore to make every effort to get rid of integrationists. However, Beckwith denied shooting Evers and maintained that the gun had been stolen, and he produced several witnesses to testify that he was elsewhere on the morning of the murder. A bitter conflict over segregation surrounded the two trials that followed, with the White Citizens Council paying for Della Beckwith's legal expenses, and he received support from some of Mississippi's most prominent citizens, including Governor of Mississippi, Ross Barnett, who appeared with Beckwith at his first trial and shook hands with the defendant in full view of the jury. In 1964, two all-white juries, because at the time, Black people were disenfranchised from voter registration practices, which meant they were also excluded from juries because the jurors were drawn from registered voters, both deadlocked on Della Beckwith.
The work that Medgar Evers was trying to do was trying to get Black people to register to vote. So now you understand why it is so important that you are registered to vote, because to take your vote away from you is also to take a jury pool away from you. But you never know this by the ignorance of these people who talk about they don't vote.
Guilt and failed to reach a verdict, and he was set free after spending only 10 months in jail. After Beckwith's second trial, Myrtle Evers moved to Trinity, California, where she earned a degree at Pahoma College and later was named to the Los Angeles Commission for Public Works. She was convinced that her husband's killer had not been brought to justice, and she never gave up the fight for his conviction and continued to press authorities to reopen the case. In 1989, the Jackson Clarendon Ledger published a report on its investigation with the Della Beckwith trials during the 1960s, and it found that the now defunct Mississippi Sovereignty Commission, a state agency supported by the residents' taxes and supporting the protection of the state image, assisted Della Beckwith's attorneys in the second trial. The commission used state resources to investigate members of the jury pool and aided the defense in picking a sympathetic jury. While a review of Hinds County District Attorney's Office found no evidence of jury tampering, it did locate a number of new witnesses, including several individuals who could individually testify that Beckwith bragged to them about the murder. In December of 1990, Beckwith was again indicted on the murder of Medgar Evers. Della Beckwith, now lived in Walden, Tennessee, was extradited to Mississippi for trial at Hinds County Courthouse in Jackson, Mississippi. Before his trial, the now 71-year-old asked the judge to dismiss the case on the ground that it violated his rights to a speedy trial, due process, and protection from double jeopardy. The Mississippi Supreme Court ruled against the motion in a 3-4 vote, and the third trial began in January of 1994.
Now, I had a conversation with someone on the last time I was live, and we were talking about racism and all of this hullabaloo about Black people can be racist also, and racism isn't defined by a system to keep certain people down. This is exactly what racism is. So all you newfangled unicorn Negroes who want to take on the cause that black people can be racist also. Black people do not run any of these agencies, any of these government agencies that can do these things. You need to understand what racism is, because if racism is something that you could do as well, why were people fighting so hard against racism? All of you unicorn Negroes out here buying into the bullshit. Um, this is the systemic racism. Systemic racism. Let's continue. And do you think that to make America great again isn't fighting to get this systemic racism back? Do you think what some people think made America great wasn't the systemic racism? We'll follow up on that.
Months later, testimony began before a racially mixed jury of 8 black people and 4 white people. During the third trial, the murder weapon was presented with Beckwith's fingerprints and with Beckwith claiming that the gun was stolen from his house. Beckwith now listed his health problems, his high blood pressure, his lack of energy, and his kidney problems, stating that I needed to recite a list from everything I suffer from, and I hate to complain because I'm not the complaining type. An FBI informant, Delmar Dennis, testified that Della Beckwith boasted to him about his role in Medgar Evers' death at several Klan rallies and similar gatherings over the years following his mistrials in 1963. On February 5th, 1994, nearly 31 years after Medgar Evers' death, jury convicted Della Beckwith of first-degree murder for the assassination of Medgar Evers and sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Della Beckwith appealed against the guilty verdict, claiming that the 31-year-old lapse between the murder and Della Beckwith's conviction denied him a fair trial. However, the Mississippi Supreme Court upheld the conviction in 1997. Since the assassination of Medgar Evers, his contributions to the civil rights movement have been honored in multiple ways. He's been awarded the NAACP Spring Art Award in 1963. His wife created what is now known as the Medgar and Myrtle Evers Institute in Jackson, Mississippi, and continued the couple's commitment to social change. Early in 2017, President Barack Obama designated Medgar Evers' home a National Historic Landmark. Mississippi Senator Thad Cochran stated that the National Historic Landmark designation is the important step recognizing and preserving significant civil rights sites in Mississippi and around the country.
Let's go back and hear that last part again, the importance of dedicating it as a national site. Let's go back and understand that.
Early in 2017, President Barack Obama designated Medgar Evers' home a National Historic Landmark. Mississippi Senator Thad Cochran stated that the National Historic Landmark designation is the important step recognizing and preserving significant civil rights sites in Mississippi and around the country.
Okay, this link is in my description box under Black History. And I'm going to move forward in this history. Thank you, Jackson Street. I appreciate what is that? I appreciate you helping me meet my goals. I really, really appreciate you. Now, I want to bring this full circle. I want to bring this full circle, just in case you are unaware.
Donald Trump and the Trump administration, they don't want you referring to the white racist man who killed Medgar Evers. They don't want you calling him racist. That's just too far. Okay? Put it up, full mask. Yeah, here we are. The Trump administration doesn't want you to refer to Medgar Evers' killer as a racist individual. For those of you who know the background, Army veteran and NAACP leader, Medgar Evers was murdered by a racist KKK member in 1963. Murdered by the KKK, Ku Klux Klans, in 1963. Now the Trump administration wants to deny that the killer was ever racist at all. his murderer, Byron de la Beckwith. There. Okay. Let me remind you of the history.
Hold on. I just reminded you of the history. Sir, Pirates Virus, do not come in my chat using curse words. And if you curse in my chat one more time, you will be banned from my chat. Do not come in my chat being disrespectful. Let's continue.
Medgar Evers was shot and killed outside of his home in Jackson, Mississippi.
Walking makes you old. Tai Chi makes you young.
January 26th.
This was in 1963 by Beckwith, a white supremacist and member of the terrorist organization known as the KKK. Evers was shot as he got out of his car, and while Beckwith waited in the bushes, lying in wait, premeditated, while Evers' entire family was inside the home, expecting him to come through the front door. Beckwith later ran for public office and was twice freed by all white juries before finally being convicted for murder in 1994 and sentenced to prison for life. He died in 2001. In the years that followed, Beckwith made no secret of his racism. In a 1990 interview, he called the White Citizens Council, created to preserve Jim Crow ways, quote, the first ray of light Dixie had seen since we fought through Reconstruction and captured the right to vote, the right of white people to run the South, end quote. He pointed to his Bible and said, quote, in words, a beast. It says so here in the book of Adam. He said the book of Adam. There is no book of Adam, but that's what he said. Similar to Trump saying 2 Corinthians years ago. As the for the NAACP, he was a leader with the NAACP. He was killed because of his activism. They didn't care that he was a former veteran of the U.S. military. Beckwith called him a, quote, mongrel and said, quote, God hates mongrels. Now, before I continue, I want to remind us all of the context of now and then. What was their prerequisite in order to commit these atrocities? Well, you dehumanize the person. You dehumanize the group. You dehumanize the movement. You said things like they're mongrel. They're beneath humanity. You would constantly call them racial slurs in order to marginalize them intentionally in the minds and hearts of those who heard your rhetoric. You would then manipulate the masses who were vulnerable to radicalization. All of this took place during the 1960s. It is still taking place today. So we have another opportunity now that we did not have then. And that additional opportunity today is the opportunity to utilize our voices in a way that is collective, but we don't have to be standing next to each other. It's called social media, digital platform. We have this ability that those who protected and enhanced the rights that they inherited did not have. Every generation, we are responsible for maintaining and enhancing the rights that we receive. And I be damned if my daughter receives a nation that it gives her less rights than gave me. The National Park Service has removed visitor brochures from the Medgar and Myrlie Evers Home National Monument. It's a national monument. Among the anticipated changes, no longer calling his murderer a racist. That has to go. that just has to go. Okay. Now, they can call you racist. They can call you a lot of dehumanizing names, but you can't say it about
A
Beckwith,
racist.
the man who killed
A
Medgar Evers,
racist.
and the man who
A
proudly
Klansman.
said he was racist.
A Klansman.
The man who proclaimed racism as biblical to him. No, we don't like that part of the history. So let's make him a non-racist today. He's non-racist now. There's more. Edits to the brochure have removed that reference to Byron de la Beckwith, according to Park Service officials, who asked to not be named for fear of retribution. Other edits include eliminating the reference to Medgar Evers lying in a pool of blood after being shot. Renee Everett.
How dare you mention that the bullet that entered his back, shot in the back by a racist coward, how dare you mention that the man died in a pool of his own blood? The bullet that entered his back as a small hole and exited his chest as a gaping open wound in his chest. How dare you say that he died in his own driveway in a pool of blood? Say he died in a pool of fairy dust to make it seem okay. Because you make white people feel uncomfortable about the facts of actual history. We can't have that.
Executive Director of the Medgar and Myrlie Evers Institute and daughter of the couple, said the family has been told the matter is under review, quote, but the final product has not been put out yet. So these historical places.
Maybe you've seen the headline.
Hold
What
on,
if I
let me
told you
get
that by
past this
becoming a
commercial.
founding donor to the DNC Action Fund, you could help solve
Were so pivotal to the progress of America that the American government years ago decided to memorialize these places so that they are always among us and fund them to operate as opportunities for learning, opportunities for historical insight, and opportunities to grow. And they did this under the auspices of the National Park Service. So if you go to the King Center, if you go to this center, this institute, you will see National Park Service employees there maintaining the grounds, providing security, providing guidance if you would like to go visit. So Trump, the administration, is deciding to now target these very institutions of training, organizing, and nonviolence. That's what they are there for. The administration wants.
Hold on. Rapid response. What about this story is about Rashid Ritchie? You have nothing to say about what Rashid Ritchie is telling you, the facts of this 45-47's administration of trying to whitewash history. This is what I'm telling you. This is the story we're talking about. But you're so worried about Rashid Ritchie. Is Rashid Ritchie telling you any lies? Since you want to talk about Rashid Ritchie, is Rashid Ritchie lying to you? Talk about the content of the story. You have no problem with the content of all of the bullshit that comes out of your administration. You don't want to talk about Caroline Leavitt. You don't want to talk about 45-47. You don't want to talk about all of these fucking officials in the White House who come out and feed you lies every day. Tell you that there is no inflation every day. Tell you that the job market is okay every day as America is failing. But you want to talk about Rashid Ritchie? But you can't talk about what Rashid Ritchie is telling you? Maybe Rashid Ritchie is way more smarter than yourself. But let's keep going.
sanitize these stories. Alan Spears, Senior Director for Cultural Resources at the National Parks Conservation Association, said, quote, "It's turning the assassination of Medgar Evers into something that is bloodless and had no impact. We can talk about him being a wonderful veteran, but not about what it cost him. He gave the last full measure of devotion, and now we want to ignore that." The legacy cannot be erased. After serving in World War II, Evers worked as the NAACP's field secretary, helping to get people registered to vote, organizing individuals for protest. In 2023, Evers was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom, obviously after his death, the nation's highest civilian honor. And we have other entities or organizations that maintain the legacy and the history of Medgar Evers. And remember, these stories are not unique to the era. And that was the key element of why they deserve to be memorialized. They were not unique to the era. So Medgar Evers opens up the story of the general application of law, where white men could have a dispute with a black male in the daytime, do a hanging by night via a picnic, and get indicted technically, go to a trial the next day with a jury that acquits them so that they never have to be charged again under the...
With smiles on their faces. Go to picnics of lynchings with smiles on their faces. And some fool just thought that they were going to say that black people are the most racist people in this country in my chat. No, you're not going to recreate history. All of this black people are racist. It shows how ignorant you are to think that somebody's going to buy into that bullshit. And anybody who does buy into that bullshit, you are certifiably an idiot. You're not recreating history. This is why Black history is so important. Because people have absolutely no shame in saying dumb shit, trying to absolve themselves of the fucking racist country America has always been.
The doctrine of double jeopardy. It immuned them from future prosecution because they were thus found not guilty. Those stories are given to us by the proxy of the first story that was popularized, which is the Medgar Evers story. But it wasn't just one Medgar Evers. That's the point. That's the reason why these stories are important. All right, sharing thoughts here.
Yeah, see, I'm a believer that words matter. And you're right. A proclaimed racist wants to be truthfully and accurately recognized in history. Yeah. So I don't know why you would take that away from them. It seems that for some in this country, the only people's comfort that matters.
Okay, hold on. No, your mother is a dumb bitch. Your mother is a dumb bitch, and your father is probably your grandfather. Get the fuck out of my chat, you stupid motherfucker. We know how you guys like to get down. Let's continue.
Matters are white people. And what about the rest of us? And frankly, I don't even want to blanket all white people, because there's a lot of white people, I would hope it's the majority, that prefer the truth like the rest of us. Yep. And know that they and their children will be better off for it, and the country can become some semblance of a greatness or continue to improve itself, but only through the truth. Don't say that he was dishonest or not transparent. It's a lie. That would be my argument, and was in newsrooms everywhere I've worked. Words matter. Let's just call it what it is. It's not an inappropriate relationship. When a coach messes with one of his students in high school, it's called something else. There's a legal term for it.
That's right. Well said. Well said. And obviously we will bring you updates as the story develops. because right now, according to the family, they have been told officially it is under review, which is insane. None of that should be under review.
Who goes for it on fourth down?
What should be under review are these Epstein files. How come these Epstein files aren't under review? You notice what is not under review? All of these rich non-black men who have been having inappropriate relationship with underage girls, not women, girls. But this isn't under review. Your president said, we should stop talking about the Epstein files. After his name was brought up in the Epstein files, I think it has been reported over 5,000 times. John Casablanca not mentioned in Epstein files, not even one mention. How do you know? How do you know that there's no mention of John Casablanca in the Epstein files when 3 million pieces of the Epstein file have not been released by the DOJ? Because the DOJ says that they figured that, they don't need to release these other 3 million pieces of the Epstein files. So how do you know his name has not been mentioned in the Epstein files? Tell me that, David. Tell me that, David, since you know so much. Since you have gone over every page of the Epstein files and you know that his name has not been put in the files when 3 million pieces of the file have been omitted from release. I'm waiting. Since you know so much. So if John Casablanca name wasn't mentioned in the Epstein file, why are you mentioning his name now when I'm talking about the Epstein file? What is your point? Oh, you don't have one. Let's continue. Okay. Now let's talk about the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. Now, you do know that your dear president is suing the IRS and the Treasury Department for $10 billion. He said that his name was, his tax returns were given to I think the New York Times. His tax returns were released by somebody in the IRS who is actually serving 5 years for releasing his tax return. Those tax returns that he said himself he would be releasing after he was done with his audit. Those tax returns that he refused to share, like every other president in the United States have shared, those tax returns. He said he couldn't release them because he was doing the audit. And then when the tax returns were leaked, you found out that he paid zero taxes for some years and up to $750 in taxes another year. Those tax returns. So therefore, since that was released to the public in his first administration, he has now decided that he is going to sue the American people for $10 billion in damages. Somebody who paid $750 in taxes while claiming to be a billionaire. Okay, so now he also came out and said that he would be negotiating the case himself. Not an attorney, not any representative from the administration. He said since he is the president, it was his job to do the negotiation with Scott Bessent. Scott Bessent, who was an absolute failure hedge fund guy who lost 90% of the wealth in his own company because he did such a horrible job. When he wasn't working under George Soros, the best thing that Scott Bessent could do was actually work with somebody who knew how to manage money. And then when he went out and started his own company, he lost 90% of the wealth. And this is the man who is our Treasury Secretary. So he's supposed to 4547 is supposed to negotiate this suit. Now understand, last week we just found out that he was bringing a lawsuit against the IRS. We just found this out last week. So this week, we find out that 4547 said he is negotiating this case himself because he's the head of the United States. So who else would he trust to negotiate a $10 billion lawsuit against his own government? So where are we now? Where are we now with this case? Let me show you where we are now with this case.
You, the taxpayer. He sued the IRS and the Treasury Department. Only problem with that is that there is a major conflict of interest because he's suing his own executive branch, his own government. And so Pam Bondi, Scott Bessent, his own people would have to defend against him. And he's saying, well, we already won anyway. Spread the word. Full updates on my Substack, linked in bio. Subscribe for free. Follow along, stay up to date on all the news you need to know about. I'll have more to come very soon. Breaking news this evening, Donald Trump is now claiming that he's already won the lawsuit against the IRS that he filed, essentially saying that he's going to take to $10 billion in taxpayer dollars. Quote, I will tell them to pay me. In a new interview with NBC News, he made this stunning claim this evening, essentially suggesting that the lawsuit's already done. Previously, he sued the IRS and the Treasury Department for $10 billion. And tonight, he says, quote, essentially, the lawsuit has been won. I guess I won a lot of money. I'll give 100% to charity. He's already claiming he's taking this $10 billion from you, the taxpayer. He sued the IRS and the Treasury Department. Only problem with that is that there is a major conflict of interest because he's suing his own executive branch, his own government. And so Pam Bondi, Scott Bessent, his own people would have to defend against him. And he's saying, well, we already won anyway. Spread the word. Full updates on my site.
Okay, that link is in my description box. All of the links that I share are in my description box. Good morning, Truth and Reason. It is so good to see you. So stealing taxpayer money, and idiots still support the orange pedo. Now, that's exactly what he's doing. Where do you think this $10 billion is coming from? I mean, he understands that these people who support him, no matter what he does. I mean, when you still have people who are supporting you after these Epstein files have come out, you just figure you can just reach your hand in the Treasury of the United States and pull out $10 billion and put it in your pocket. And these fools still support this person. This is egregious. Why are there not impeachment trials going on right now? And this also lets you know how the Democrats are fucking failures. Fucking failures. The Republicans are fucking failures. Your government is a failure. Your whole government is a failure. People are sitting up here with zippers on their mouth as this motherfucker is just taking the treasure of the United States government, your tax dollars. But they don't have money to give you health insurance. But they want to poor people, disabled people, children to starve when they do a government shutdown. And what is about this partial government shutdown we're in now, because they want to give all this extra money to ICE above and beyond that big bloated budget that they have already given ICE all of this fucking cash in the first place. Now, this motherfucking government is in shambles. This motherfucking government is in shambles because people are too stupid to have any type of critical thought. People are just going around and accepting talking points that makes absolutely no sense. Because you know why it don't make sense? Because they have no sense. You know why they have no sense? Because this United States government is banking on the United States people being too dumb and too uneducated to absorb what is really going on in the world and how it affects them. Everybody want to thank you, Truth and Reason. Everybody wants to go by all of these talking points because they cannot deduce anything in their own brain as they see their own lives in shambles. But everybody, as long what did hold on. Lyndon Johnson famously said, what was the famous quote of Lyndon Baines Johnson? Let me see. I want to quote him correctly. Hold on. Let me quote him correctly. Here, and I quote Lyndon Baines Johnson. If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pockets. Hell, give him somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you. That's Lyndon Johnson. And that's what's going on right now. As long as you have somebody to look down on, you don't notice that your pockets are being picked. You have no health insurance. Your food is astronomical. The prices of everything in the United States is astronomical. Jobs, the job market has totally flopped. There have been the job report came out. There have been 5,000 jobs made in the month of January. 5,000 jobs. Over 180,000 jobs have been lost. But you don't notice any of that. As long as you can get on the internet and troll and say dumb shit and think you are being effective. As the United States is in ruin. As your president who wants to talk about how much peace and how many wars he has stopped has boots on the ground in Nigeria. I know plenty of you dumb motherfuckers don't even know that our military is on the ground, boots on the ground in Nigeria. Why are they boots on the ground? Allegedly because Christians are being persecuted, but we know that the boots are on the ground in Nigeria so that these tech billionaires can get all those natural those resources that they need to power their companies. So he put your motherfucking military that you're paying for to get the riches out of Nigeria for tech billionaires who should be paying for their own motherfucking people to go over there and harvest their fucking shit that they're stealing, the rare earth minerals that they want to steal from Nigeria. But he'll do it, and your tax dollars will pay for it, and then you will pay for the fucking technology that these billionaires want to sell you when you already done paid the military to go over there and protect these motherfucking billionaires that they extract and steal from other nations. But y'all too dumb to understand that. You're too stupid to understand that. As they tell you they can't do anything for your health care. As they take away cancer research from children with cancer. A billionaire, Elon Musk, stopped cancer research for children in his waste, fraud, and abuse Doge, but nobody has never gone to the Pentagon who lose billions of dollars, who can't complete an audit in the past 7 years and lose over a third of the money goes unaccounted for. The largest budget in the United States. But that there was no waste, fraud, and abuse examination of the Pentagon by Doge. Why not? Because the Pentagon is where Elon Musk get most of his contracts from. Are you serious? The Pentagon is where Palantir gets most of its money from. Why would they look for waste, fraud, and abuse there, where billionaires are getting rich from? But y'all want to talk about welfare. Y'all were okay with poor people going without food stamps in the month of November when they didn't have to. The only reason that they decided to cut food stamps is because they wanted to. This money has already been allocated. But y'all thought that it was okay because y'all thought that black and brown people they convinced you, the lowest white man, that you were better than the best colored man. So therefore, y'all thought that it was okay that the poor people, the children who had to survive on food stamps, an average of an average of $112 a month in food stamps. Y'all thought that, oh, that should be done because, if that's waste, fraud, and abuse, they convinced you that the average food stamps of $112 a month was waste, fraud, and abuse. Because you too stupid to even look at the Pentagon. You too stupid to even know that the billions of dollars that goes unreported, unfound, uncalculated for in the Pentagon, nobody ever says a word about that money. But they come to you and increase the Pentagon budget every time that they write a new budget. But you don't have no questions for that. You had no questions about them not extending the Obamacare subsidies so 15 million people wouldn't lose their health insurance. You had no questions about that. You had no questions about them wanting the government to remain closed until that was taken care of. Now, Obamacare is so bad compared to what people had before, which was no health care insurance. Compared to what the people had before, insurance companies being able to deny you health insurance because of a pre-existing condition. And they still sit around and tell you how horrible Obamacare was. Marjorie Taylor Greene bring her stupid ass and tell you how bad Obamacare was. But Marjorie Taylor Greene did want the subsidies to be extended even in this horrible Obamacare because her children are having such a hard time getting insurance. Her children who are 27 years old. You know, the age that Obama allowed children to stay on their parents' health insurance. And now that they have aged out at the age of 27 and have to get their own insurance, now they understand how much it would cost them without having Obamacare subsidies. And the bitch still told you that Obamacare was bad. But obviously her children were allowed to stay on her health care insurance until they were 27 years old and had to go shop for it themselves. And without the subsidies, it was going to cost them an arm and a leg, and it was going to be unaffordable to them. That's why they call it the Affordable Care Act. That's why it was called that. But you say nothing about that shit. You say nothing about that shit. Okay. I didn't want to go there. All right, let's go to where I really wanted to be. David Woman, I don't care about what you're talking about. Please, you sound stupid. Anyway, let's let's go to our Treasury Secretary. That's where I initially wanted to go. Yes, let's go to Scott Bessent, the man who is over the money, the man that 4547 will have to go to get this $10 billion that he is of your taxpayer money that he is suing for. Do you think Scott Bessent is going to stop him? Let's get into some of this Scott Bessent hearings. Let me see. It may be a little group of it right here. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. This is going to be under Scott Bessent. Let me show you the Treasury Secretary, the billionaire Scott Bessent. Talk about money matters in the United States. This link is in the description box under Scott Bessent. Trump cabinet official collapses under cross-exam at hearing. Let's get into some of this hearing. When these moneyed professionals actually have to answer questions. Let's see what the answers are to some of these questions, shall we?
In karma. First, I want to show you Democratic Congress member Kasten cross-examining Scott Bessent. Let's play this clip right here.
Sir. I want to read you a quote. Trump will pursue a weak dollar policy rather than implementing tariffs. Tariffs are inflationary and would strengthen the dollar. Do you recognize that quote?
I believe you're referring to a letter that I wrote, and
yes.
Tariffs could be inflationary.
No, it says tariffs are inflationary.
Yep. You know what?
You had said to the chairwoman, I'd like to introduce into the record a January 31, 2024 letter from, quote, Scott Bessent and the Key Square team to your partners, where that quote comes from.
Without objection.
Do you want to correct what you said to the ranking member when you specifically said that you did not say tariffs are inflationary?
Well, I think she referenced.
Spreading false info. You should be sued for defamation. Well, sue me, bitch. Well, sue me, bitch. Keep talking. I'm recording. I'm recording as well, stupid. Record in the clouds. Don't come in my chat writing dumb shit. I'm recording as well. Let's continue.
A letter in the summer of something not that particular.
No, I think you disparaged the New York Times.
Sorry?
You said tariffs are inflationary.
Sorry?
You said tariffs are inflationary.
Tariffs.
Do you want to correct what you said to the ranking member, or did you lie?
If I was mistaken, I want to correct it. And I was also
sorry. I said they could be. Sorry. Sorry. If I misspoke, I want to correct it. Oh, he just told you what you said. So if you want to correct it, you would be correcting it right now. But you're trying to pretend like that's something you didn't say. He's reading directly what you said, and you tried to change a word to make it appear that you said something different. I wonder, do you gobble dicks like that? I wonder if that's how you gobbled.
so mistaken when I said that tariffs could be inflation.
You said tariffs are inflationary.
Tariffs.
Do you want to correct what you said to the ranking member, or did you lie?
If I was mistaken, I want to correct it. And I was also mistaken when I said that tariffs could be inflationary, because
Gentleman's time has expired.
I've seen inflation drop to 2.1%.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from
So then you had Democratic Congress member Jim Himes cross-examining. Let's play it.
APR.
When you were asked a similar series of questions, you gave a similarly careful answer, but you said that there were bad actors in the, I think you said you were referring to credit card companies. Who are those bad actors?
I'm not going to name them.
So you'll tell us that they exist, but you won't tell the Congress who they are so that we might undertake some oversight.
I think you have very large investigative committees.
Okay.
One of my favorite parts of this hearing was seeing Democratic Congresswoman Beatty cross-examining Bessent. Let's play this clip.
Now, my name is Yulia, call sign Kuba. I have been fighting for Ukraine's independence since 2014.
My question to you, are there plans to place to release monies to CDFIs so they can continue to finance affordable housing projects? That's a yes or no. If yes, when? If no, why not?
Treasury has been working to implement the CDFI funds programs as required by law. Upon apportionment of appropriated funds, Treasury will be.
Is this going to be a yes or no?
Program awards.
Mr. Secretary. No. I'm going to abide by the chairman's rules, but I have some rules. You can say yes or no. And then if you say yes, you may continue to give that support. If it's a no, then you tell me why not. And now we need to be clear. Yes, let's start with the yes or no. I'm trying to be respectful, but you're not going to do what you want to do on my time. Yes or no, or you can say I'm not going to answer it. Now move on.
Number 3.
Okay, so let the record show that he refuses to answer a question. No, we're not going to do that with me. We are not going to do that with me.
Ask him.
It's the gentlewoman's time. Ohio.
Wait, now you opted for number 3, so you get to hear my wrath that you refuse to answer a question under your authority and what this administration, and yet you've talked about the value of housing and you're not releasing the funds. And I want the record to be clear on that. So let me move on.
Then you had Democratic Congresswoman Presley asking some great questions. Let's play this clip.
Why baby products that are required by law are not exempt from Trump's tariffs?
Again, Congressman or Congresswoman, it is a matrix, and many of these products, unfortunately, are made in China, and
Mr. Secretary, reclaiming my time. It's an unacceptable answer. You've had 9 months. You told me it was under consideration. You've had 9 months to think about it. And while you've been thinking about it, working families have been struggling. When it is required by law that they have many of these essential baby costs, your report from the Department of Treasury refers to them, car seats, as essential safety tools. So if you can acknowledge that, this is...
I will acknowledge the gas to run the car.
Well, listen.
Is at a 5-year low.
You've included asbestos in your exemptions. So you're telling me you can do asbestos and not baby products. It's my time.
I think you would want children to be safe in their homes.
Mr. Secretary, parents with newborns don't want to hear your excuses. They need to keep their babies safe. They want to comply with the law, and they need action to lower costs, period. So will you exempt baby products from tariffs, yes or no?
Again, we will
yes
look
or
into
no.
It.
Mr. Secretary, respectfully.
We will look at
Mr. Secretary, respectfully.
Congresswoman,
yes
I do
or
not.
no.
I am the Treasury Secretary. I am not the USTR.
Reclaiming my time.
I am not the President of the United States.
Reclaiming my time.
So you're asking the wrong person.
I'll take a commitment. Mr. Secretary, you are taking my time. Reclaiming my time, Mr. Secretary.
This is Financial Stability Oversight Council.
Mr. Secretary, then I ask for your advocacy then. Because a no or a non-answer is unacceptable to the working families you claim to care so much about. Moving on.
I'm agreeing with you. You will have my advocacy.
Okay, thank you.
I thought this entire exchange right here between Democratic Congress member Sean Casten and Bessent was perfect. As our editor-in-chief, Ron Filipkowski, writes, if you finally want to watch Scott Bessent get pinned down on specifics about the illegal money laundering operation being conducted by the Trump regime from someone who knows WTF, what the F he's talking about, this clip is your chance. Bessent gets destroyed. Watch this entire clip. Let's play it.
Thank you for being here today, Mr. Bessent. Appreciate your patience with us. Since the U.S. captured President Maduro, the Trump administration has been selling Venezuelan oil. Secretary Wright has said that's going to continue indefinitely. The president's January 9th executive order said that those funds are the sovereign property of Venezuela, that has directed you, the Treasury Secretary, to hold those assets in custody to facilitate disbursements, transfers as directed by the Secretary of State. As I've gone through the 91 specific trusts that you have the statutory authority to oversee, none of those have any relationship to Venezuelan oil. So can you help us understand under what statutory authority, or what statutory authority is Treasury relying on to exercise the discretionary control over natural resources and sovereign assets of another country?
Treasury has no control over the...
I'm just asking about what statutory authority you rely on.
Again, we are operating under an agreement between state and energy that we are not involved.
No, but the executive order said that the Treasury Secretary is holding those assets in custody. That's a specific language there, and is facilitating disbursements. Under what authority are you acting?
I will get back to you with the exact authority, but it is under agreement with state.
Let me just clarify, because my concern is that the executive order cites IEPA. IEPA specifically says that you have to be engaged in hostilities with a country for IEPA to trigger that claim. Secretary Rubio said that we are not at war with Venezuela. I would agree. I'm glad we're not at war. So unless you disagree with Secretary Rubio, I'm unclear under what legal authority the United States has to control or disperse those assets.
Well, I would believe that the IEPA authority would act for a period of time for a
not unless we're not that's
for a transition.
Well, look, that's not true. But please provide in writing what you're doing there, because I want to get to why I think that's material. Last week, Secretary Rubio also said that the $200 million in proceeds was sitting. In a Qatari bank that was owned by Venezuela. He went on to that's not
for a transition.
Well, look, that's not true, but please provide in writing what you're doing there, because I want to get to why I think that's material. Last week, Secretary Rubio also said that the $200 million in proceeds was sitting in a Qatari bank that was owned by Venezuela. He went on to say the Treasury has a written agreement with Venezuela's interim government to review the monthly budget request for payments from that account. I come back to where the authority comes. What statutory authority are you using to exercise custody indirectly through a third country and direct the release of funds from those offshore accounts?
Yeah, IEPA.
That's not in IEPA. You're managing, okay, so if you're managing a third country, not in IEPA, and please do provide us with the legal guidance, because this matters. What controls are you putting to audit those flows? Because as you know, the Venezuelan government still has a lot of shady people. How are you controlling the dispersion of those flows so that they don't go back to some of the shady characters that the president is concerned about in Venezuela? What is the audit process?
Again, we will be bringing in outside auditors for this, and the Venezuelan government will be.
Do you have an agreement in place right now for those auditors?
Sorry?
Do you have an agreement for that audit in place right now?
Not at present.
Okay, because Secretary Rubio, when he was asked that question before the Senate, he said that the Treasury had handled the agreement that he would be providing to the Senate committee. Are you saying that Secretary Rubio was incorrect, or that you're not aware of the agreement the Treasury directed according to Secretary
I'm
Rubio?
saying I'm not aware of the agreement.
Okay, so Secretary Rubio said he would provide that to the Senate committee. Can you please coordinate with Secretary Rubio and give us your word to provide us what Secretary Rubio is providing? Because he is alleging that that was done under your
With pleasure, Congressman. And just so you know, the goal here, it's been 30 days.
I want to just move, reclaim my time, because the concern I have is that this would be considered a fraudulent conveyance. I have a specific concern that we've entered into contracts with companies like Vitol, who have pled guilty to bribery and all sorts of nefarious actors. If I was a company buying stolen goods and we didn't have statutory authority, I'm going to have a lot of creditors coming after me.
Then you have Democratic Congress member Moskowitz. Let's play this clip.
So I don't understand what the problem is.
Hi, I'm Andy Levian, General Counsel at the DNC. We just sued President Trump and Doge, and I hope you will support us by donating.
I don't get it. For years, you fired people. It was strength. Now you think that's weakness. I mean, if we can't get Apprentice Trump, can we at least get like Home Alone 2 Trump? Can he at least like show her the lobby and out the door? She's coming here in a month, okay? It's not going to be a good hearing for her. It's going to be a disaster. You all are going to have to defend her, which you're not willing to do on TV. This will be very televised. I mean, why did the president not let her speak in the cabinet meeting? Why didn't she get to talk? Right? Why is Tom Homan now running the department? Why is Roger Stone taking shots at her? It's time for her to be fired. She is the weakest link of his team, and it's enough. And again, I got plenty of material, as you see, Mr. President, to remind you how to do it. Just go back, go on your reruns, go find some old episodes for some inspiration. I yield back.
Next, you have Congressmember Torres.
Venezuela would have no way of selling their own oil without U.S.-built refineries. Okay, and if they could not sell their own oil without U.S.-built refineries, how does that affect you and how you live your life? How does that affect you and how you live your life? And how does the oil sales that are going on now of this Venezuelan oil, how is that affecting you and how you live your life as 4547 has the money sitting in an offshore bank account? How does any of this affect you and how you live your life, other than that your tax dollars was the thing that they used to have the military go in and seize oil for sale as they put money in offshore bank accounts? That's where your tax dollars went. As they tell you they cannot rebuild infrastructure of the United States because that's the shit that they doing with your tax dollars. Make it make sense. So you thought you had a good point there? What is your point exactly? Do not curse in my chat. If you cannot come in this chat and have discourse without using curse words, do not write in my chat, or you will be banned. Let's be clear. Let's continue. We can agree to disagree all day long. Don't curse in my chat.
I think doing some good cross-exam right here.
So one of the stated policy objectives,
and we'll keep score.
Yeah,
okay?
one of the stated policy objectives of the Trump tariffs is to bring back domestic production. Does the Trump administration regret imposing tariffs on goods that cannot be produced domestically at scale in the United States? Do you realize in hindsight that that was foolish?
Do you realize that we use the leverage to bring down tariffs from other countries to take down non-tariff tariffs?
Tariffs on bananas gave you leverage?
So Yes, with Colombia, with Brazil. I think, Congressman, you're being very naive with negotiating.
I mean, we were promised reindustrialization. A tariff on bananas did not lead to domestic banana production. It simply made bananas more expensive for American businesses and consumers. The same is true of coffee.
Countries negotiating in a more fulsome manner.
Are you willing to commit to no longer imposing tariffs on any product that has neither a domestic substitute nor a national security rationale?
That would be the definition of foolish in a negotiation.
So you're not willing. You're willing to impose tariffs that make more expensive goods that we cannot domestically produce here in the United States,
again,
and that have no national. What is the national security nexus of bananas and coffee?
Again, why would you do that? That there are numerous things when you negotiate with Indonesia. There are things that are only made in Indonesia, but the Indonesians brought down their tariff barriers or non-tariff barriers.
I get it. We have to make bananas great again. I get it. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Yep.
The gentleman from New York, Mr. Garber.
More from Congressmember Torres. Let's play it.
Let me reclaim my time. The Wall Street Journal, which is hardly a leftist publication, published an article with the following headline, quote, "Trump claims factory construction is up, contradicting U.S. data." The article then goes on to note, quote, "President Trump claimed that the U.S. factory construction is up by 41%, a number that doesn't appear to be supported by the government's own data." One of the stated policy objectives of the Trump tariffs is to bring back manufacturing jobs. Yet since the so-called Liberation Day tariffs of April 2025, we've seen the net loss of manufacturing jobs. Do you know how many net manufacturing jobs have been lost since April 2025 under your watch?
Well, a couple of things. Manufacturing operates with very long leads.
What's the number? Is there a number?
I believe it's about 67,000.
70,000. Yes. 70,000 jobs lost.
So, but again,
despite the stated objective.
Well, go practice your First Amendment rights in someone else's chat. I said don't curse in my chat, and that's what I mean. I don't give a fuck what you think about what I said. I said don't curse in my chat, period. And I'm not negotiating with you, you dumb motherfucker. Yeah, I can curse. You can't.
Let me proceed. I'm going to reclaim my time.
Flip the switch.
I'm going to reclaim my time. Let me reclaim my time.
Then you have Democratic Congress member Foster cross-examining Treasury Secretary Bessent.
Interesting fact that every time you put a Republican in charge of in the presidency, that two things have happened: that the dollar has gotten weaker, and that manufacturing employment has dropped. And this has happened just during every Republican president in our lifetime, and the reverse has happened every Democratic president. The dollar has strengthened, actually achieved your objective instead of just talking about it. And since the time of that, actually, I think this plot here was the one we had then when the dollar was only 8%. I think it's down about 10.5% now. So you're continuing down the traditional.
I'm sorry, which index are you using
DXY.
for the dollar?
I think it's DXY year on year.
Yeah,
and I think it's the last time I looked at it, it was roughly down 10.5%.
And you have the president on there, but under President Clinton, it would be.
I'm not talking.
It would be my belief that it was Speaker Gingrich and what he did.
I was just talking about the president who has control
with the Clinton administration.
I understand.
It's Dr. Foster's time.
Yeah. But you agree it is a historic fact that during those presidencies, manufacturing employment dropped and the dollar got weaker during Republicans without exception.
Yeah, I haven't seen the data, so I can't.
I presented it to you on a graph. It's my understanding, actually, that later on in that hearing, after I'd left to attend a different hearing, that you said some rather negative things about the data, and that as a finance professor, that you would have, I think, given it an F, was, I believe, your word. And so then, all right, so now I'm not a finance professor, I'm a manufacturer, okay? But I understand that the first rule as a manufacturer is you don't piss off your customers, which seems to be something that your administration just revels in doing, internationally especially. And so I think that it's easy for me to understand why manufacturing employment has continued to drop. That ever since Liberation Day, we have seen a continuous decline in manufacturing employment, which was one of your number one promises.
Congressman, as a manufacturer, you would know that I I can't snap my fingers and create factories. So there is a building process that is well underway. I could send you the chart on the factory groundbreaking.
I understand. And the fact that we have been historically a low tariff nation is, I believe, responsible for the really extraordinary economic growth over the last decade of the United States compared to, say, the EU, which was a high tariff regime. And now we are joining the EU.
I believe that we've
going down that
exported
road.
jobs to China. So you were touching on a lot of CCP talking points.
Breakfast foods to avoid.
Sweet potatoes or hash browns?
Oh, I'll take the sweet potatoes.
Regime. And now we are joining the EU.
I believe that we've
going down that
exported
road.
jobs to China. So you were touching on a lot of CCP talking points.
I think.
Next, you have Democratic Congresswoman Garcia. Let's play this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Secretary, earlier in response to someone else's question, you talked a little bit there toward the end, but I'm not sure that there was a time for follow-up about, I think you said 10 to 20 million immigrants that are responsible for the driving up the housing costs. Is that what you said?
I'm referring to a Wharton report. Yes.
Do you know what they based it on? What data, what information they looked at?
Yes, the survey by survey, community by community. You could go, if you'd like, we'll have my people post it on the Treasury X account as we speak.
Well, thanks for the cooperation, because I just completely baffled. The average new home sale is about $500,000, and you're saying that it's driving up the housing crisis when DHS is over there trying to pick up and deport people because, quote unquote, they're a drain on society. They're dependent on public benefits. So if you're on public benefits, how do you afford a $500,000 house?
Well, let me clarify your confusion, because
I'm not confused, sir. Don't be demeaning to me, all right? Because I'm going to object and ask the chairman to make you answer questions.
Anyway, I'm trying to explain to you that it is rental income and rental properties. The
Do
value.
you really
of-
think
the-
that
the
people
value- the
have you
value-
been to the rental places of immigrants? I have people in my district that are in rental houses that I wouldn't rent to anybody. They're not expensive. They're probably $500 or $600 a month. You think people that can barely afford housing like that's the housing that we're talking about when we talk about the housing crisis?
D properties push up the price of C properties. Inflation in C properties pushes up the price of A properties. Inflation in the price of A property. B properties pushes up A properties. So it moves up the stack. And if you think that somehow the laws of supply and demand do not apply to housing, I would say you're incorrect.
No, well, I'm not incorrect because the only thing that we might say about immigrants is that we don't have new housing because they can't. There's a shortage of labor supply because they build the houses, and you all are more focused on deporting them than having them stay here and build.
Back to Torres for a second. Play this clip.
Mr. Secretary, does the president have the constitutional authority to remove the chair of the Federal Reserve or a member of the Board of Governors solely because of a policy disagreement?
I'm not a lawyer, and I don't have an opinion.
You have no opinion on whether the president can remove a board member at will?
Well, I believe that the board member has committed.
No, just in general. I'm not asking about a particular case. I'm asking.
Or malfeasance.
I'm asking about the president's general authority. Let me ask it different.
I believe that the Fed chair has committed malfeasance. This is the Treasury Secretary. And let's see what malfeasance he is willing to commit when it comes to this $10 billion that 4547 says that he has deemed that he is owed. He himself has sued, and he himself has deemed that the United States government owes him $10 billion. Let's see what malfeasance that Scott Bessent has to say about that. He says that he believes the Fed chair has committed malfeasance because he has overruns on the new Fed building. This is the malfeasance is because of cost overruns on the renovation of the Fed building. Let's be real clear.
Do you believe that the unitary executive theory applies to the Federal Reserve?
Again, I think we'll have to wait and see what the Supreme Court says.
What is your opinion?
I'm not a lawyer.
What is the administration's opinion?
There are varying opinions in the administration.
What's the prevailing opinion? The official opinion?
Again, we'll have to see.
Do you consider the Federal Reserve an executive agency or a legislative agency?
I consider it an independent agency.
So neither executive nor legislative?
So we'll see.
Therefore, independent of presidential control. So it sounds like you do have an opinion.
Again, we will see, Congressman.
Okay, thank you for establishing the independence of the Federal Reserve.
I do believe that the Federal Reserve has to maintain credibility and be like Caesar's wife, beyond reproach.
And undermining the independence of the Federal Reserve is a threat to that credibility. So I know you're no fan of the New York Times, but let me proceed. Let me reclaim my time. The Wall Street Journal.
And you have Democratic Congresswoman Garcia. Again, let's play it.
Do you have any idea how much we're spending on ICE every single day for enforcement?
Again, Representative, this is the Financial Stability Oversight Commission.
But you're the treasurer. You're the treasurer. You're supposed to follow the money. In response to questions on this side, you're always talking about, well, we follow the money. Well, have you followed the money? How much are they spending every single day in Minnesota and other states where they occupy cities, terrorize communities, and try to break up our country?
Again, President Trump has secured the border. He was elected
Well, then let him stay at the border.
on a mandate.
Well, I disagree with you, and I think you're confused. I think you're confused, but let me ask you about something else.
Okay.
Maybe you'll answer this one.
Now, here was a moment where, as I said, it looked like Treasury Secretary Bessent committed perjury right here, where he claimed that he never said that tariffs are inflationary. You heard in the beginning him getting called out for this as well. I mean, we have back in 2024, Bessent saying tariffs are inflationary. And here he says, I never said that. Well, you said that. And now you deserve to be criminally prosecuted for perjury. Watch as he gets cross-examined by Congresswoman Waters. Here, play this clip.
Details about this, but did you write a letter to investors raising concerns about the impact of tariffs, writing that, quote, tariffs are inflationary? Did you say that at that time? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay, tariffs are inflationary. Did you say that at that time? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have a New York Times article that agrees that you
New
said
York
that.
Times.
Then last summer, when you testified before a Senate committee, you said, and I quote, there is no inflation. Tariffs are not being passed on to consumers. You were quite definitive and even claimed that critics had, quote, tariff derangement syndrome. Well, those comments are at odds with the statement you made to investors that tariffs are inflationary. Again, I want to be clear, so just let me ask you, are tariffs inflationary? Yes or no?
According to the San Francisco Federal Reserve, with 150 years of data,
Yes or no?
Tariffs do not cause inflation. San Francisco Federal
Well,
Reserve.
last November, as the Trump administration finally began to realize
150 years
that
of data.
affordability issues in America.
Next, I'll show you Bessent getting cross-examined by Democratic Congressmember Green. Let's play this clip.
I ask you kindly, and as one professional to another, Mr. Treasury Secretary, do you think that this should be investigated, the president's stock being linked to his Truth Social message, and that stock having gone up by some $415 million in a single day? In a single day.
I need to give you that one in its complete form. I need you to see all of the questioning on these the stocks that went up on Truth Social after 4547 came out and said that it is time to buy stocks. Here we go. This is
Build
in
a
my
website you love with Wix.
This will also be in my description box under Scott Bessent. You can go here and find it for yourself.
I ask that you recall Liberation Day, the day that President Trump announced tariffs. I ask that you recall that when he made this announcement, there was a sharp decline in the stock market. In fact, when he made the announcement, the NASDAQ experienced a 6% decline, the S&P 500 a decline of 11%. I ask that you also remember that some days later, the president announced that he was going to pause those tariffs. And when he indicated that he would pause the tariffs, the market then moved up. Do you recall these things, Mr. Secretary?
I recall them very well, Congressman.
Thank you. And I ask that you also recall, please, Mr. Secretary, that hours before the president announced the pause, he indicated by way of Truth Social, he has a more than 50% ownership in Truth Social. It's a great time to buy DJT. That was his announcement on Truth Social. And in so doing, Truth Social had a value that moved up. In fact, Truth Social, which the president has majority ownership, went up by.
And in fact, when you buy Truth Social, what are you going to go and purchase it under? DJT. He puts out a post that it is a good time to buy what? DJT. Now, Scott Besson is going to try to let you believe that, oh no, he was just putting his initials behind it.
$415 million. In fact, Truth Social, which the president has majority ownership, went up by $415 million. Now, here's what's interesting in this scenario. When he made that announcement and said it's a great time to buy DJT, that happens to be the symbol for his stock, DJT. I ask you kindly, and as one professional to another, Mr. Treasury Secretary, do you think that this should be investigated, the president's stock being linked to his Truth Social message, and that stock having gone up by some $415 million in a single day, and this is a stock that was doing very poorly prior to that, hadn't had a lot of success. Do you think that this should be investigated?
No, sir.
Kindly explain to me why we would not investigate the president making such an announcement as it relates to his stock and then reaping some $415 million as a potential capital.
Well, all Americans benefited from the rebound in the markets that day. And in fact, the rebound in the market after that was the fastest in market history.
Yes, it was. But here's what's interesting about your statement. You did not note, Mr. Secretary, that DJT had probably the sharpest increase on that day, 415 million, and that the president said, buy DJT, and that's what happened.
I'm unfamiliar with the exact text. Did he say buy DJT?
Yes, sir.
He said,
now is
a good time to buy and have a salutation DJT.
Yes, sir. DJT immediately following, now is a good time to buy.
Well, those are his initials, as you said.
They are his initials, but it's also, do you agree that those are the symbol, that's the symbol for his stock?
I believe it is.
Okay. And do you believe that such a thing done openly and notoriously should not be investigated? Is that what you're telling the American people?
Sir, I believe that anything that is widely disseminated is widely disseminated and available to everyone.
Well, it was available to everyone, but what he said related to his stock could relate to something else, but to his stock. And here's the point, Secretary, here's the point. I believe that any other president making this kind of move is almost a hustle. I don't want to say that about the president.
Hold on 1 second. Sheila Black Beauty. You can talk about whatever you want to talk about. If you want to talk about the Somalis frauding in Minnesota, be sure that you talk about the prosecutions that happened in that fraud investigation under Biden. And when you also talk about the fraud that is going on in Minnesota, make sure you talk about it was a white woman who set up that whole scheme for that fraud. Be sure you talk about that white woman was actually sentenced either last week or 2 weeks ago. You can go over to your channel and talk about whatever the fuck you want to talk about. But you don't come over to my channel and try to tell me what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what the fuck I want to talk about. I'm not talking about dumb shit while ignoring the fucking theft that's going on in this country. Do you think somebody support fraud? You think that's the only fraud that's going on? Since you want to talk about fraud, how come you're not talking about all the fraud that goes on at the Pentagon? Way more fraud. Why don't you talk about that? The Pentagon that lose 2/3 of their budget is unaccounted for. But you don't want to talk about that fraud, you stupid bitch. The fuck out of here. I hate a dumb bitch.
But making this kind of move would at least be investigated. If you're going to allow the president to do this openly and notoriously, $415 million, what you're doing is giving him a license to move markets at will, make announcements, and reap benefits. He is literally hustling the United States stock market.
Unfortunately, this is an embarrassing kind of a hearing. I've been on this committee 21 years. We've had all kinds of conflict. In fact, I was in here.
I can smell the hair treatment through the screen. What, you can smell the bleaching through the screen? So you are so stupid that you believe that black women, all black women, have to treat their hair? Is that your racism coming through? Is that your lack of knowledge about black people coming through? Do you think that you're doing a bitch? I have always worn my hair natural. I don't need to conform to my hair to anything other than how God has it growing out of my head. God gave me the best treatment in the world for my natural black hair. So you thought you were stunning? You thought that you were saying something? You thought that I am someone who is trying to conform to make myself acceptable to some hair trends? See, we are the hair trends. Black hair is the trend. You may smell the hair treatment from your people trying to braid and wear bandeau knots and get their hair to look like natural black hair. What the fuck? You're talking about hair treatments. I can smell the desperation. Let me. I'm way behind. You people. Wakanda forever. You people. Let me move on. There is some more from this hearing. I see everybody wants to ignore what's going on in this hearing. I see. Let's get to what Scott Bessent has to say about awarding 4547 money. And
Most
this
of Al Khartoum
is
is a ghost.
$10
It's a ghost town.
billion.
And that shocked me. I interacted a lot with the people.
Let's see.
Okay, so a foreign government secretly sends $500 million into the Trump family crypto business just 4 days before his inauguration. Then, that same country gets access to America's most advanced AI computer chips. And when asked if he'll investigate what looks like obvious corruption, the Treasury Secretary dodges the question and starts talking about a trip to Venezuela from 18 years ago, because apparently changing the subject is now official policy. So here's what happened. Representative Gregory Meeks, during a House Financial Services Committee hearing today, asked Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent a very simple yes or no question. Would he investigate a UAE-connected investment in Trump's crypto company, World Liberty Financial? Instead of answering, Bessent basically turned into a cable news talking head and started ranting about Venezuela. As usual, let's watch this showdown, and I will give you my breakdown at the end.
Secretary Bassett, if I'm not mistaken, you were working in the financial service industry during the late 1980s, correct?
I was.
Thank you. And well, I'm wondering, do you recall or you're knowledgeable of the Keating 5 scandal back then?
Yes, sir. And I will point out that I was.
I don't want to.
No. I will point out that
Limited time. I have limited time.
I identified.
The gentleman is from, Mr. Secretary, it's the gentleman from New York Times.
So I just want to make sure that everyone knows, who doesn't know, that the Keating 5 scandal involved 5 U.S. senators accused of pressuring the Federal Home Loan Bank Board to expedite and give more consideration to the case of Charles Keating Jr., who ran the California-based Lincoln Savings and Loans. It led to a 14-month investigation unveiling how 5 U.S. senators and staff ended up with more than $1 million in contributions, 4 trips to the Bahamas, and all expenses paid stays at resort hotels. Following the scandal, the industry saw sweeping regulatory changes that was launched by then-President George H.W. Bush. Now, Mr. Secretary, I'm sure you can agree conflicts of interest and improper influence by U.S. elected officials over bank regulators weaken supervisory independence and ultimately impose massive losses on consumers and taxpayers. I think that we can all agree upon that. And as we know, the basic lessons from the post-Keating reforms still applies today when the Office of the Comptroller of Currency, the OCC, is deciding to get a bank charter. I think we can stimulate that. Now, Mr. Bassett, as our nation's treasurer, I'm sure you also know that a foreign-linked investment firm tied to the United Arab Emirates government quietly bought about half of the Trump family's crypto company, World Liberty Financial. And at the very same time, the President of the United States was dealing with that country on foreign policy. Now, Eric Trump, the president's son and co-founder of World Liberty Financial, said, and I quote, "I'm not going to get into who the investors are, but I've got some pretty meaningful investors," end of quote. Lack of transparency. And it didn't end there. When Trump fans brought the tokens, they thought they were getting the deal of a century. But what they didn't know was that only Trump and his sons had the sole power to decide who can sell the token and when. Today, the price of the token has fallen over 50%, and the Trump fans who bought the token are now begging to get out. Now, I'm not making this up. I'm not making this up. You can see it for yourself on the World Liberty Financial Discussion Forum. Yeah, yourself, Mr. Secretary. So this is no longer just about a shady crypto deal or a possible gift. When a foreign-linked investor is putting hundreds of millions of dollars into a company controlled by the president's family, and at the same time, this president is conducting foreign policy with that country. You know what that creates? It creates a national security concern. So I'm not going to ask much of you, Mr. Secretary. I just want
But now it's the fault of the man who's asking the questions. Fox News and My Pillow Guy news channel, they didn't give y'all no talking points for what's actually going on in the halls of Congress, the questions that are being asked, the facts that are being brought up. You have no talking points for them, so you want to pretend like white people created hair braiding when you motherfuckers were in motherfucking caves, when Africans were creating civilization. Are you serious? Are you serious? Talking about the Nordic braids and all of this dumb shit. You are the dummies. We're not dummies. We know who we are. You don't even know anything about who you are. Because if you knew who you were, you wouldn't say the dumb shit that you say. Everything about Black culture, you want to steal and try to act as if you are creators of, but you're not creators of anything but stealing. To this day, that's the only thing. That is your culture. The theft of other cultures. That's your culture. And understand that other cultures know that that is your culture. So let's get back to this fraud that you guys didn't know that was being addressed, and you're trying to talk about something different than what is being presented.
to know whether you will commit today to pause and heighten the scrutiny of any bank charter or licensing application at the OCC connected to the World Liberty Financial until all of these conflicts of interest and foreign influence reviews are completed and shared with the United States Congress. All I need to know is, will you halt it and do a complete investigation and scrutiny of this licensing application?
Men over 60 should not be running, lifting, or crunching. There's a smarter way.
All you have to ask is yes or no.
No, Congressman.
All you have to ask
the
is yes or
OCC
no.
is an independent entity, and I would know, Congressman.
So I take that as a no.
You traveled to Venezuela.
I take that as a no.
On behalf of
I
your
take that
donor,
as a
on
no.
behalf of your
You
donor,
do not want to answer that question. I take that as a no.
For a $7 billion.
I'm asking you to do your responsibility as Secretary of the Treasury.
Into a Venezuelan.
You do not. Will you?
Time has expired. You cannot erase what you did in 2006.
He's the one that went past your time, Mr. Chairman.
No, and
he did not answer my question, and he wouldn't pass the time.
He had 6 seconds left to try to answer your question, and it
was a yes or no. It was a yes or no answer. I asked him, will he? No, was
gentleman,
yes or no?
The OCC is an independent.
Stop covering for the president.
Yeah, well,
stop being his flunky.
Yeah, and
gentlemen.
He's talking to me. I'm responding back to him.
2006 trip to Venezuela.
Stop covering for the president. Don't be a flunky. Work for the American people.
Mr. Meeks,
trip to Venezuela.
Work for the American people. Don't be a cover-up for a mob.
Maybe you're going to
As
see your
long as
friend
he talks,
Nicholas
he's fine.
Maduro
gentleman
in Brooklyn
is not
prison.
recognized. Mr. Bessent, please. I recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Sessions.
If you watched that and thought that was a simple question and he
Hold on. Zuby, please exit yourself from my... No, I'll exit yourself myself. Because all of this uneducated things, the degrees on hanging on my wall proves otherwise. So it is easy for you guys to get angry and try to call people low IQ and uneducated, when the simple fact that the only thing you have is talking points from an idiot. You think I'm insulted? I'm not insulted. You're just showing your own ignorance. You have nothing. You have no argument. All you people do is try to demonize someone to make people feel as bad as you feel about your own lives. In the words of Lyndon Bain Johnson, what it was said. What is it? See, because even your own people, it be your own people that tells you that if you give the lowest white man what is that quote? What is that quote? Let me find that quote. I want to quote it correctly. If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pockets. Hell, give him somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you. President Lyndon B. Johnson. Those are the facts of your life that you really need to look at. Because all of this low IQ and all of this stuff means absolutely nothing. Half of you who are talking about other people who have low IQs are probably living in a rotted out meth trailer yourselves. I'm unaffected. Just giving you the facts. Talk about what is being presented to your silly asses. Let me see. Is there anything else? There may be one more.
President and reports to the Treasury Secretary. So saying, I can't do anything, doesn't really hold up. Of course, he can ask for closer review when something looks suspicious. That's called oversight, not interference. But instead of saying, yes, we should look into whether the president's family taking $187 million from a foreign government is a problem. Bessent brought up Meeks' trip to Venezuela in 2006. Let's be clear about that. Meeks did travel to Venezuela back then to thank Hugo Chavez for providing discounted heating oil to low-income Americans. Later, there were claims that a businessman involved in a fraud case asked Meeks to speak to Chavez for him. Meeks was investigated and never charged with anything, and that was 18 years ago. So Bessent's argument is basically, I won't answer your question about money flowing to the president's family because you went on a trip nearly 2 decades ago. That's not a defense. It's avoiding the question. When someone asks about a serious national security issue and you start digging up old stories about them, it usually means you don't have a real answer. Here's what's really going on. World Liberty Financial's crypto token has lost about half its value since it launched. Investors are reportedly trying to get out. The company raised $500 million selling these tokens, but Trump and his sons are the only ones who decide who can sell and when. So regular investors are stuck, while the Trump family already walked away with $187 million from the UAE. This isn't complicated. A foreign official gave the president's family nearly $200 million. Soon after, that country got access to sensitive, military-level technology that had previously been blocked. When asked to look into whether those things are connected, the Treasury Secretary refuses to answer and changes the subject. That's not leadership. It looks like a cover-up. And Meeks called it out. So what does this mean for you?
And Meeks called it out. But you dummies in the chat want us to think that you're saying something about Meeks being low IQ when you are the fucking fools.
Nobody enters my room without me.
Let's get into more of Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, shall we? Let's hear more from this bumbling idiot who lost 90% of the holdings in his own company when he left. Who are they always? When he left working for George Soros. The Scott Bessent who was successful when he was working under George Soros. You know, the George Soros who the right wants to say is financing every protest that people have against the right. That George Soros, that's who Scott Bessent successfully had a career under. And when he decided to open his own company, he lost 90% of the wealth. This Scott Bessent, who is your Treasury Secretary. So let's hear some more of this hearing with Scott Bessent, shall we? This is in my description box under Scott Bessent.
And being exposed for his utter lawlessness and corruption. Let's take a look at what went down. Democratic Senator Gallego was leading the way in this cross-examination, and he said, so Donald Trump's trying to pay himself $10 billion in a frivolous lawsuit that he filed against the IRS, which is underneath the Treasury Department, and you're just going to write that check to him, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent? Watch what took place. Play this clip.
But if the president prevails in this lawsuit, he's going to be able to pocket that money. My question is the president, has anyone in the president's office talked to you about this lawsuit in any regard?
They have not, and the president said he will donate the proceeds to charity. You may have missed that.
So no one at all has discussed this to you whatsoever?
No, sir, and the president said he will.
Have you received, I didn't ask any more questions. Have you received any advice from Treasury's legal division about how to handle this potential conflict?
This is a Justice Department matter. They represent Treasury in it.
Have someone from the Department of Justice actually come and talk to you saying that this is their purview and you need to stay out of it? Or who has discussed to you what is your role in this?
Our general counsel, who's sitting behind me, has told me that it is a Justice Department matter. The Justice Department defends Treasury in matters like this.
Okay, so it has been discussed with you. Do you have any final say at all in the process of this? Or is the DOJ just going to instruct you to cut a check and or settle, and you have no independence to actually make a decision whether or not the president deserves $10 billion?
Again, that is a DOJ matter.
And so the DOJ will entirely make that decision whether or not the president should receive $10 billion. You have no say at all.
Correct.
So you would just have to write the check if you were told to write the check.
Correct.
And you would write the check willingly if you're told by a DOJ to the president.
I will follow the law, Senator.
Good. I mean, I think for many of us, this is very simple. And I think if this had been happening in any other country, so it would look absolute like a total shakedown of the American taxpayer. Are you also
more cross-examination from Democratic Senator Gallego of Arizona right here, and says, where does that $10 billion come from? Where is Donald Trump getting paid out of? Oh, it's coming out of the general fund of the Treasury that's paid for by the taxpayers? Is that what you're saying? Here, play this clip.
We kind of touched on this earlier. In addition to being Treasury Secretary, you are serving as acting director of the IRS. So following up on Senator Kim's questioning, so you are fully aware that the president is suing your agency for $10 billion.
Yeah.
We would agree. Would you agree that $10 billion is a good sum of money?
Yes, sir.
Where would that be cut from? Let's say for some reason he actually wins that lawsuit. Where would that $10 billion come from?
Again, it would come from
process-wise. I'm not asking like your opinion whether it's right or wrong.
It would come from Treasury.
It comes from Treasury, which comes from the general fund?
The Treasury general account.
So taxpayers.
Yes.
Thank you.
Part of the 440,000 taxpayers whose returns were leaked.
If the president, they're not suing, but the president.
I found it notable also that Bessent said, well, 44,000 other taxpayers had their information leaked. It's actually closer to 1 million people whose taxes were leaked back in 2021. And again, they're not suing, but just assume 44,000 taxpayers sued, each for $10 billion in a frivolous lawsuit like Donald Trump has filed. That would be over $400 trillion that would be paid out. And then there would be no more United States government anymore. Great work, Donald Trump and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. And by the way, while Bessent was testifying, we got that horrible economic news, terrible jobs reports, and this is what Bessent is doing. More cross-examination from Democratic Senator Gallegos asking Bessent, so can the president fire you? And really exposing the conflicts of interest here. Let's play this clip.
Are you also aware that President Trump has filed claims seeking $230 million from the Justice Department for investigations conducted during his previous candidacy?
I'm unaware of the cumulative number.
Okay. So if the president wins or settles these claims, that money will come also from the Treasury Judgment Fund, which you do control. Have you recused yourself?
Okay, so a foreign government.
Hold on.
Also aware that President Trump has filed claims seeking $230 million from the Justice Department for investigations conducted during his previous candidacy?
I'm unaware of the cumulative number.
Okay. So if the president wins or settles these claims, that money will come also from the Treasury Judgment Fund, which you do control. Have you recused yourself from any decisions about paying the president on these claims?
Again, I'll follow the law, and I'm not involved with any of this. It stems from justice.
So you know the Treasury Judgment Fund is called the Treasury Judgment Fund. You have no control over the Treasury Judgment Fund.
We act as paymaster.
So you will sign it then?
Sorry?
You will sign the check then? If you're a paymaster, you'd be the person's signature is to the Treasury Judgment Fund.
I would assume it would be a wire transfer.
Yes, I'm assuming we're not that old school.
Yep.
But that being said, so you have no say in this whatsoever. You will only.
Okay. A President 4547 lawsuit will make sure that the IRS never F's with regular people again. So what about the I think it's over 400 regular people whose information was also leaked at the same time? So what you're saying, this $10 billion that 4547 is suing for himself, with the knowledge that there were over 400 more people whose information was released, he's going to share that $10 billion with those over 400 other people? Are you stupid, or do you think I'm stupid? I think it's just yourself. Let's continue. We're going to give 4547 $10 billion to make sure the IRS don't screw over everyday Americans. Wouldn't that be his job to do for his salary? Isn't that what we're paying his salary for? You mean to tell me we have to pay him $10 billion to do his actual job, bitch? And you're talking about he gives his salary to charity. What charity do you know that his salary is going to? Would it be those same charities that the Trump Foundation was giving out money from? Is it the same charities that he was giving to as a regular citizen, and only to come to find out that the money was coming from his actual charity, where people were donating to his charity, and he would sign the check and act as if he's giving to another charity when he was just using the money that was coming in from other people to his charity? And you think that he's giving away his salary? You think he's going to get $10 billion to protect regular folks from the IRS? Is that what it calls for the president, to protect regular folks from the IRS? Are you that dumb? Why be president? Why be president if you don't have the power to stop the IRS from fucking over other people? Oh. Well, if you can get $10 billion to do the job that you're supposed to do as president, I guess that is the reason why to be president. You people are just retarded.
Basically follow what the DOJ says, but you're the person that actually is the final person that pushes send essentially on the wire transfer.
Yes.
And even if you feel or that it is unjust, the fact that this president is basically plundering U.S. taxpayer dollars, you will still hit that send button.
Even if I believe that 6103, the IRS tax code, was violated and 440,000 taxpayers were leaked.
So back to this other thing. So now you do believe, though, I mean, do you understand why some of us see a problem with that? And let me ask just a very simple question. Do you work for the president of the United States?
I work for the American people.
So can the president fire you?
Or he can.
He can fire you, correct?
Yes.
So isn't it a conflict of interest that you're going to be making these decisions and the president has full power over you?
I think you're confused, Senator. I am not part of the decision.
Well, you're certainly a person that send on the wire transfer, and I think that's why there's a lot of people that are actually
is not
do not trust and do not trust the president's actually looking out his best interest.
I guess you were saying that
I'm controlling the time here.
obeying the
I'm
law-
controlling. You're not obeying the law. You're plundering U.S. taxpayer dollars. Plundering U.S. taxpayer dollars. Plundering taxpayer dollars. Plundering. Thank you. You'll back.
My name is Yulia, call sign Cuba. I have been fighting for Ukraine's independence since 2014. I am a combatant.
Okay. So half of you didn't even know that 4547 was suing for $10 billion. But now that it is fleshed out for you beyond the talking points of your media that you frequent, now that it has been fleshed out, you have to find a new reason why something that is totally unacceptable is acceptable to you. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue with Scott Bessent. Yes, we're going to go here.
Senator McCormick is now recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary.
You had Democratic Senator Andy Kim cross-examining Bessent. Let's play this clip.
When we see that Trump is now suing the Treasury and the IRS for $10 billion, he even said, I am supposed to work out a settlement with myself. That's what Trump said. Do you think that that is a conflict of interest?
That is a Justice Department issue.
No, it is suing.
Now, he can't answer the question. 4547, after he sued the IRS, he said that he is the one who is supposed to work out a settlement because he is the president of the United States. So therefore, who else would work out a settlement in this lawsuit with the IRS? And dummies think that this is okay. It sounds so rational that you would work out the settlement of the suit over agency which you are control of the Secretary of the Treasury. You control his job, so therefore you are going to work out a settlement that the Treasury Secretary would have to cut the money for to pay you. So I'm going to work out a settlement myself in my own lawsuit that my underling will have to pay me. This is what's going on in this administration. And I'm glad he don't want us to talk about the Epstein files anymore. Maybe some light will be put on this bullshit that's going on right now.
Your department.
The Justice Department represents Treasury. I would suggest you contact Justice.
That'll go back.
Senator Kramer. More from Senator Kim right here. Let's play it.
Respond to that.
When you had the Russia talks, was Jared Kushner a part of the Russia talks?
Yes.
What is his official role in the U.S. government?
Jared Kushner, who couldn't pass a background check in the first administration. Now he's a special envoy to everything that is going to get money, to Palestine, to Russia. He's a special envoy. All of these are special positions in this administration. Have these people pass background checks? No, because 4547 says that he can choose different companies to do background checks or not. Or have these people who work for your federal government pass drug tests? That is another good question to ask. You can't get a job anywhere in the United States, but you have these billionaires who have these special positions in the government, and you don't even know if they can pass a background and a drug test. Let's continue.
Government right now.
I believe that he is a special envoy.
Is Jared Kushner a part of the Russia talks?
Yes.
What is his official role in the U.S. government right now?
I believe that he is a special envoy.
So you believe that he has an official position and that is not a unpaid volunteer position?
Sorry, I believe that it is not an official position, that he is designated as an interlocutor as we bring many people into the talk.
I just raised this because this is the problem that we're seeing right now when it comes to these conflicts of interest. You know, we see the Trump family getting involved in different roles, even though they don't have official positions. We see Pakistan now announcing that they're going to use Trump's family's companies, crypto, for cross-border transactions and trade. Does that not concern you?
Again, I'd be especially interested to hear if you have any information of why Mr. Kushner is conflicted in the Russia talks.
Look, what I was saying is that if he wants to be, if he wants to participate in that, he should go by the same financial disclosures and getting rid of conflicts of interest that every other senior government official, including yourself, have to go through. And look, I'm just saying that when we're seeing Trump pardoning Binance founder Zhao, when seeing instead investigating Jerome Powell.
And then Senator Kim asked about the pardon of Binance founder CZ or Zhao, who pled guilty to very serious money laundering charges. Let's play this clip right here.
Would you agree that money laundering is a national security threat to this country?
Yes, sir.
Now, with Binance founder Zhao pleaded guilty to violating anti-money laundering laws and was sent to prison, Binance then injected billions of dollars into Trump's family business, World Liberty Financial, and Zhao asked for a pardon and received that. I just wanted to ask you, is that a conflict of interest in your opinion?
I am unfamiliar with any of that. I wear many hats. The pardon hat is not one of them.
Oh, I'm just asking, do you see it as a conflict of interest, though?
Again, I'm not going to respond to that.
More from Democrats here. Democratic Senator Warnock cross-examining Bessent. Let's play it.
My ex-husband invited me to his wedding. Probably.
Someone wrote that Jared Kushner did pass his security clearance. Let's check this out. Technically, I guess you say he passed it on a technicality. Let's share this. Did Jared Kushner pass background check in first 45-47 administration? Yes. Yes, Jared Kushner passed his background check during the first 45-47 administration, although he was initially rejected for top secret clearance by 2 career security specialists. Their supervisors overturned the decision. And Kushner was approved for a top secret clearance. However, he was later denied a clearance for sensitive compartmented information, SCI, by the CIA, which is a higher level of security clearance. Okay, so that is the correction of Jared Kushner not passing his security clearance. Capiche? Let's go back to what we were sharing. Because I just want to give you the facts and how he was able to pass his security clearance. He didn't pass it, but then he was ushered in to his clearance by someone who
at a rally in my home state of Georgia. Donald Trump said, quote, "We're going to have a manufacturing boom." Secretary Bessent, we're now more than 1 year into the Trump administration. Yes or no? Has there been a manufacturing boom in the United States?
There are the beginnings of a manufacturing.
There's the beginnings of a manufacturing. There's the beginnings. The beginnings. The Georgia, the same place that the Hyundai plant had to close down because some messy Betty bitch who was running for office saw a whole lot of Asians there and called ICE on them and they were deported. And I think it was Korea said that they are not sending any more workers here, and you guys have actually lost manufacturing jobs in that one arena alone. There's our beginnings of a manufacturing boom.
Boom. We have intention.
Secretary Bessent, we're now more than 1 year into the Trump administration. Yes or no? Has there been a manufacturing boom in the United States?
There are the beginnings of a manufacturing boom. We have intentions, factory groundbreakings, sir.
So your answer to that is yes, there's been a manufacturing boom?
That we are at the beginning of a manufacturing boom.
Okay, you and I could agree to disagree. But more importantly, manufacturers are telling us something different. Manufacturers are struggling because of the president's policies, and that's what they keep telling us, and the facts keep telling us. In fact, just this past Monday, the Wall Street Journal published this article entitled, U.S. Manufacturing is in Retreat, and Trump's tariffs aren't helping. I request consent to enter this article into the hearing record, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection.
Secretary Bessent, do you know how many manufacturing jobs the United States has lost since Liberation Day in April 2025, when the president first announced his tariffs?
Yes, Senator, because you were out of the room, but it was already brought up.
We do many things, sir. I don't need you to tell me where I was.
72,000, and I will point out that the Wall Street Journal
72,000
is not called the Main Street Journal, and they care more about
I'm not asking you to opine on the Wall Street Journal. I have 3 minutes. Just answer the questions that I'm actually asking you. So 72,000 manufacturing jobs, according to the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. Thank you for answering the question. Manufacturers shed workers in each of the 8 months after President Trump unveiled his tariffs on what he called Liberation Day. I would submit that it's a strange liberation and a curious freedom that leaves you unemployed.
Here's what
Is America great again yet? Is America great again yet?
Warnock had to say as well.
So 72,000 manufacturing jobs, according to the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. Thank you for answering the question. Manufacturers shed workers in each of the 8 months after President Trump unveiled his tariffs on what he called Liberation Day. I would submit that it's a strange liberation and a curious freedom that leaves you unemployed. Even worse, smaller businesses are struggling to keep up with the tariff chaos. Big manufacturers may have the resources to shift suppliers. And I need you to understand the spirit of my questions. I spend a lot of time talking to the people in Georgia who've given me the great honor of representing them in the United States Senate. And so this is about them. And especially our small businesses. They don't have the ear of the president. They don't have access to Mar-a-Lago. And so they're not able to insulate their company from the worst of the tariff. Secretary Bessent.
Now I'll show you what Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren had to say. Let's play this clip.
Bessent, you are one of the president's top economic advisors. Let's just start with a little truth telling about the Trump economy 1 year in. Affordability is the top concern for Americans across the country. Donald Trump has called affordability, I want to get this right, a hoax. He's called it a scam. He's called it a con job. You're the Secretary of Treasury. You know the numbers. Is affordability a hoax, a scam, or a con job?
Senator, it may be a bit nuanced for you, but what President Trump is referring to is the media saying that the affordability crisis was generated by this administration when it was you and President Biden who destroyed the buying power of the American people. So there is an affordability crisis, and you were front and center in it.
So let me make sure that I understand. Donald Trump is not saying that affordability, what's happening to families right now, is a hoax?
He is saying that trying to lay the blame at this administration rather than the Biden-Warren economy is a hoax.
Okay, so it all happened before he got it. And everything that's happened since then, nothing is a hoax here.
I thought that was a powerful moment. Then Democratic Senator Cortez Masto from Nevada. Here's what she had to say about Trump and the regime destroying tourism, not just in Vegas, but across the country at this point, as Canada and all these other countries have launched boycotts. Let's play it.
Is the data from the Commerce Department, this administration's Commerce Department on National Travel and Tourism Office, year over year declines in travelers from October 24th to the 25th. It's not just from Canada. It's from Germany. It's from the Netherlands. It's from Australia. It's New Zealand. It's India. It's Vietnam. It's Philippines. We are seeing under this administration a U.S. Travel Association travel forecast that is dealing with now nearly a 70 billion travel trade deficit for 2025. So how do you intend to address the tourism travel issue that we are losing money in this country because of the policies of this administration?
Is overall the occupancy in Las Vegas down, or more Americans going?
I'm talking about internationally. It's not just me. It's Florida. It's other states that are dealing with a decline in tourism. And this is my conversation with you for the last year that seems to be this administration keeps ignoring. It is $1 trillion industry to this country, and you don't seem to think it is important. Let me talk about something else, though.
Back to Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren.
You ran the search for Donald Trump's Fed chair nominee. And Trump promised, quote, anyone that disagrees with me will never be Fed chairman. Kevin Warsh got the nod last Friday. And then over the weekend, Donald Trump joked that he would sue Mr. Warsh if he failed to lower interest rates. At least I think it was a joke. But just in case, this should be an easy one, Mr. Secretary. Can you commit right here and now that Trump's Fed nominee, Kevin Warsh, will not be sued, will not be investigated by the Department of Justice if he doesn't cut interest rates exactly the way that Donald Trump wants?
That is up to the president. Can you commit that you will?
I'm sorry.
Can you commit that you will not hold
he won't
up?
Be sued if he doesn't drop interest rates.
Can you?
And he won't be criminally investigated.
The president also made a big joke about you that I won't repeat, Senator Warren.
That was the
actually, I will. He said he had reservations.
If this was a joke, why not just say so?
It was a joke, and he made a joke about you too, Senator Warren.
Yes,
got a lot of laughs. A lot of laughs.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you want to respond to that.
I do want to respond.
What I can tell you
think the American people
Mr.
are
Warsh
laughing.
is highly qualified.
They're the ones who are struggling with affordability.
Why don't you tell the nation what you told me, that you held up Chair Powell's renomination?
We're going to move on to the next one. Senator Rounds, the floor is yours.
Another great round of questioning from Senator Warren.
And we are supposed to take this man seriously. We're supposed to take this man seriously. And we'll get into the person who said that I was lying and how successful Scott Bessent was in his own business. We're going to get into that.
From here, let's play it.
21.5% cumulative inflation.
Let me just ask about what's happened in the 1 year that Donald Trump has been president. Last week, President Trump said, quote, we have the groceries going down. Did grocery prices drop in 2025?
Numerous prices have.
Did grocery prices drop in 2025?
Numerous grocery prices have gone down.
I'm sorry. I don't know if you can't hear me. Did grocery prices drop in 2025?
Numerous grocery prices have gone down.
And
in fact, we have seen inflation at 2.1% for the past 3 months.
Have you seen the Bureau of Labor Statistics, that is Donald Trump's own Bureau of Labor Statistics numbers, that report that grocery prices were 2.4% higher at the end of 2025 than they were at the end of 2024. Trump's own Department of Agriculture has projected that those prices would climb higher in 2026. And under Donald Trump, families are paying more and more for groceries. So if you're just going to insult people by denying the facts that are out there and tell people they're doing great when they're struggling, I think that's just another way to say you don't have a plan to bring down these prices. You're not willing to admit the failures
Prices are
of the
indeed
Trump administration.
falling, Senator.
I will ask.
By the way, even MAGA Republican Senator Kennedy was getting in on the action and gave Bessent this hypothetical. So what if Canada said 0 tariffs on everything? Would the United States match them? Would we just all agree 0 tariffs? And watch just the arrogance of Bessent right here. Absolutely not. Here, play this clip.
The foremost reason for tariffs is to try to stop other countries from taking advantage of us through either their tariffs or trade barriers. If Canada, for example, came to the United States and said, we're going to 0 tariffs in the United States, all of them are off on our end. Would you, Mr. President, speaking to our president, go to 0 tariffs and then just let Canadian companies and American companies compete on a level playing field?
Absolutely not. As we saw last week, when 2 weeks ago, when Prime Minister Carney went to China, he lowered tariffs on Chinese EVs from 100% to 6%. U.S. has 100% tariff on Chinese EVs. We couldn't let our northern border be used as a way for Chinese EVs to come into the U.S.
Right.
Walking makes you old. Tai Chi makes you young.
January 26th, we're starting the Tai Chi program for beginners.
Okay.
Then you had Democratic Senator from Maryland, Van Hollen, cross-examining Bessent. Let's play it.
And I've got a whole bunch of quotes here from candidate Donald Trump on the campaign trail.
But those Chinese EVs are going to be going into Canada. You know, Canada, who has found other trading partners, those Teslas will not be going into China. You know, the Tesla that is in such disarray that Elon Musk cannot bargain and sell off shares to make more money for himself and prop up more of his bullshit companies. Those Chinese EVs who are outselling Tesla right now, they will be going into Canada. And what else is it about those Chinese EVs that look way better than those Teslas, are more plush, have more plush interiors than those Teslas? What else about those Chinese EVs? They are less expensive than those Teslas, by far less expensive than those Teslas. So what is it about the EVs that you don't want the Chinese EVs to come to America? Say that again. Say that again. You don't want the less expensive, more plush, hotter selling vehicle to come from China. Well, you're the only one. Nobody's buying Teslas.
In the day I take office, I will rapidly drive down prices and we will make America affordable again. It's interesting he used that phrase since he's been making fun of the affordability phrase recently. But I listened to your exchange with Senator Warren, and the facts show very clearly that inflation has not been eliminated, has it?
Well, right? It is undesirable to completely eliminate inflation. What is desirable is to get back to the Fed's 2% target. And for the past 3 months, we've been at 2.1%, Senator.
Yeah. No,
so the 21.5% under the Biden administration.
Now, look, Mr. I know how you're playing games. You're doing the aggregate over the Biden administration. The last few months, and you are. No, the number 2.7 is your own number for last year, the year of the Trump administration. So let me ask you,
and you're being a deconstructionist and saying day one.
And great. Well, I'm just reading the president's own statements.
I'm glad you all have the same talk.
Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that these statements be placed in the record.
Okay. He's reading his own statements, but something is being done to him. Oh, we don't want their THERE junk. You should want a dictionary because it's not there as in a destination is there, as in something that is on THEIR. Okay, so let's continue.
Without objection.
All right. Look, Mr. Secretary.
More from Democratic Senator Van Hollen. Play it.
Mr. Secretary, I think you would agree that the credibility of the Secretary of the Treasury is important. And I want to give you a chance to retract a statement that you made on national TV. Alex Preddy was shot 10 times and killed by federal agents in Minneapolis. The administration, some administration called him a, quote, domestic terrorist. You suggested that Alex Preddy was culpable in his own killing because he had a gun in his waistband holster, which he was licensed to carry. When asked, you said, quote, I'm sorry this gentleman is dead, but, and you went on to say he had a weapon, suggesting that he was culpable in his own killing. So, Mr. Secretary, today, would you like to retract that statement?
I would not. And would you like to express remorse over the death of Ashley Babbitt here in the Capitol?
Oh, I have expressed remorse over that. So I've done that, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Secretary, please don't. So you think, I have other questions, but I actually would have expected you to take this opportunity to rephrase your response to that question. So you think the fact that he legally had a gun justified his killing?
I didn't say that at all.
You said, do you think he was culpable, partly to blame in his own killing because he had a gun?
I did not say that.
I'm asking you a question now. Do you believe he was in any way culpable for his own killing because he legally carried a gun?
Again, this is an FSOC hearing.
Yeah.
So,
but you're the Secretary of the Treasury.
Why do we talk about financial stability and oversight?
Because there is none to talk about.
Credibility is important, and
because there's none to talk about.
You really, I think, let down the country because we expect honesty after that kind of terrible tragedy. Let me ask you.
And then Bessent was still, as Aaron Rupert says, Bessent is still doing his soybean farmer gimmick. Let's play it.
It's market-based. And as someone who, until the end of last year, was involved in the ag sector, I can tell you it was a record harvest. So it is a problem of abundance, but costs are up. We are working to bring the costs down.
Input costs are up, I believe, Mr. Secretary, in large part because tariffs are driving those costs up. And this is causing mass.
Now he just said costs are up, and I'm over the Treasury. Why don't we talk about affordability? Just turn around and say costs are up because there is no goodness to talk about in this American economy. But you want to run your mouth about an ICE shooting, but now you want to talk about something else. And what else you have to talk about is how fucked up the American economy is. Well, the prices are up. Oh, it's Biden. It's Biden's fault. Biden. It's no fault of our own that we initiated these tariffs of the same thing that I told you that was going to bring up costs. And now I'm pretending like, oh, I didn't say it was going to bring up costs, even though you have me in a quote. And the only thing that I have to say about the quote where I told you before getting in office that tariffs bring up costs, well, it's the New York Times. I mean, what does that mean? Because the quote appeared in the New York Times and they're showing you a quote that you're lying about right now that you didn't say, trying to whitewash it as you say they could bring up prices when you said they definitely bring up prices and they showed you your own quote. Then the only thing you have to say is, oh, it's the New York Times. I mean, okay. Let me show you. Since people want to believe that Scott Bessent was some good whiz kid, the only The only time that Scott Bessent was good at his job was when he actually worked under George Soros. So let me share this with you. Yes, let me share this with you. So we can really find out how Scott Bessent performed in his own business. Scott Bessent's hedge fund lost billions. This will be under Scott Bessent. You can go under my description box and check out this link at your leisure. Let's play a little bit about how Scott Bessent ran his own businesses.
Annapurna Funds, and we've been talking for a while, me and Marshall have, about how Scott Bessent, our Treasury Secretary, who kind of purports to be the most accomplished, I guess, or mainstream of this cast of clowns, like his actual track record as an investor is pretty shitty. And I felt like on this day, on the heels of a story from Politico about how he like almost threw down in a Georgetown club, and how he wanted to demonstrate some fists of fury against Bill Pulte, and following the interview with Meet the Press where he bragged on his career as a hedge fund manager, that we might get some benefit from Marshall's expertise. So thank you for coming on.
Yeah, absolutely. Just first from our compliance department, I'm appearing as an individual. This don't represent the opinions of Annapurna Funds, not investment advice. We're not open to the public, all that kind of good stuff.
No investment advice. Okay.
No
well, you
investment
maybe some non-investment advice or some people to stay away from potentially. You know,
Potentially.
Take it as you wish, though. Take it as you wish, everybody. All right. Well, just as a little backstory. You know, you're talking about your work. You had some familiarity with Bessent, I guess, before he was Treasury Secretary. Is that?
Yeah, we're in the same world. We both trade global macro. I mean, that's what he traded in. He had a pretty good run, and he's very reminiscent of a lot of guys. I mean, trading global macro is very difficult.
What does that mean? Talk to me like a child. Global macro.
Yeah, sure. So we trade currencies, commodities, anything under the sun. But you know, I mean, it's not everyone who can establish a position, the Thai bot, for example. And, you know, anyone can sort of set up a hedge fund and passively index the S&P. But you make these really big bets on rates, fixed income, inflation. And, you know, he worked for some of the best. Soros is probably the best of all times. Maybe Druckenmiller is second. He worked under those two guys. And he has the same profile that I've seen a lot in fund management where, you know, you're a good PM, and you get spun out with your own fund, and he launches like $4.5 billion. I feel for the guy. I've seen a lot in fund management where, you know, you're a good PM, and you get spun out with your own fund, and he launches like $4.5 billion. I feel for the guy a little bit. I mean, I don't know how exactly, you know, you put $4.5 billion to work on a Thursday, but he was down 50% of the time he was there. And the golden rule from Soros and Druckenmiller, his mentors, was you never lose money. I mean, at least you can put it in 10-year treasuries. So 50% of his years were down. And I mean, I don't see any way to view him as anything but a failed hedge fund manager. So he started with $4.5 billion of assets under management. He shut down the fund with $577 million. So he lost 90% of his capital.
That's down. Now, I'm not that great at math, but 4.5 billion to 577 million. That seems bad. If that happened to our economy, for example, now he's a Treasury Secretary, that would yield a lot of pain.
A lot of pain. And it's interesting because he's sort of touted as the guy to calm Wall Street, that the dear leader is not going to ruin everything, right?
Yeah.
But there's not a lot of evidence he was so good on Wall Street.
Let's take a listen to what Bessent said about himself and his investment career yesterday, as referenced, and explore it a little bit more.
You're quoting Goldman Sachs. So
yes, Goldman Sachs.
I made a good career trading against Goldman Sachs.
Okay.
So he made a lot of money betting against Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs out there taking this radical view that the tariffs are actually being paid by American companies and consumers almost entirely, which is just totally conventional wisdom. I mean, you can tell me if there is any reason to not think that is the case for people that put their money where their mouth is, so to speak, on these sorts of bets. Besson is saying he's going against that, saying that he does not think that the consumers or companies are paying for it. And his evidence for that, he doesn't have any, except for the fact that he says Goldman Sachs has been wrong a lot and he made money on them in the past. That seems like bullshit to me.
Goldman Sachs, looking stock today, is trading an all-time high.
And while Besson's was an absolute failure, so when he goes on these Sunday shows and they're asking him, have these tariffs cost the American consumer pains, and based upon what Goldman Sachs has said about the tariffs being a tax on American people. Oh, you're talking about Goldman Sachs. I've made a lot of money off of trading on Goldman Sachs. And you guys take that hook, line, and sinker to believe that because they tell you that Scott Besson is some hedge fund whiz kid. Y'all believe this shit. So this link is in my description box. Avail yourself to it at your leisure. Let me see if there's a little bit more.
Considered the, world's leading thought leaders in investment space. I mean, I think that's a weird flex to make in the first place. I mean, you might want to say something like, I really believe in this tariff phenomenon, but we know he doesn't. I got an investor letter of his where he talks about how tariffs are going to be incredibly inflationary. I mean, he actually bet on that when he was running a hedge fund, that tariffs would be inflationary.
And that is what he was questioned on by Congress. This video came out 4 months ago. 4 months ago. So avail yourself to the real information, not all of this bullshit that is being propped up as fact, which is a bunch of lies. So, y'all thought y'all was reading me down. Y'all thought y'all were reading me down. Let's see where America stands economically right now, shall we? Since we're talking about the economy, let's see where we are right now. This would be in my link description box under economy.
Some of the worst months for layoffs since 2009, the year after the Great Recession. Let's talk about it. According to Challenger, layoffs in January of this year in 2026 have reached their highest point to start a year since 2009. In January alone, U.S. employers announced 108,435 layoffs. That's up 118% from January of 2025. Remember, that month was 20 days under Biden, about 10 days, 11 days under Trump. That is 205% up from December 2025, the highest of any January since 2009. At the same time, companies announced just 5,306 new hires in the month of January, the lowest in any January since 2009. Some really bad economic news right now. Spread the word and follow along, stay up to date on all the news you need to know about. We have horrible economic news this morning as layoffs are surging in the United States of America. Some of the worst months for layoffs since 2009, the year after the Great Recession. Let's talk about it. According to
Okay, there you have it. The latest economic news. Let me see. I think there's... I think there are a couple of more things I want to share with you. I guess we're going to get to the Epstein, a little Epstein news. Let me get to a couple of things about Epstein that I ran across that I want to share with my viewers. Here we go.
Email exchanges with Jeffrey Epstein were just released by the House Oversight Committee. Here are the top 5 things we learned from them about billionaires and executives not named Donald Trump. 1. Jeffrey Epstein had a cozy relationship with billionaire heir and Hyatt Hotels CEO Tom Pritzker. "You are news, I am quiet," he wrote to Epstein in a 2019 email, before mentioning that he needed a female staffer to help him push and organize. Pritzker was previously accused by Epstein victim Virginia Giuffre in a deposition of sexual assault. 2. Billionaire, ambassador to Turkey, and longtime Trump confidant Tom Barak amassed his fortune through real estate and in brief stints in government. In a 2016 email, Barak wrote to Epstein, "Hope you're good, let's catch up." Epstein agreed and assured him that he never speaks to anyone about Donald or Mar-a-Lago. 3. Peter Thiel, PayPal billionaire and Palantir co-founder, exchanged pleasantries with Epstein in 2018 before Epstein invited him to his Caribbean islands. Before he died, Epstein invested over $40 million in Thiel's Valar Ventures. 4. Democratic megadonor and LinkedIn founder Reid Hoffman buttered up Epstein in a 2015 email exchange. "Slow progress. Planning to see you in August. Hope you are well," Hoffman wrote to Epstein in 2015. "Hey, it looks like your diet program has worked," Epstein replied. In 2023, the Wall Street Journal reported that Hoffman visited Epstein's island for a weekend in 2014. 5. Barack Obama's former White House counsel and current Goldman Sachs executive, Kathy Rumler, wrote multiple emails to Epstein, one of which informed him about her travel plans. "Going up to New York Friday morning. I think I will drive. I will stop to pee and get gas at a rest stop on the New Jersey Turnpike. We'll observe all the people there who are at least 100 pounds overweight. We'll have a mild panic attack as a result of the observation. And will then decide that I'm not eating another bite of food for the rest of my life out of fear that I will end up like one of these people." Thousands.
You can find that under Epstein. And speaking of Peter Thiel and Jeffrey Epstein, we know that Peter Thiel is the one co-founder of Palantir. You know, the Palantir that is collecting all of your data to predict any crimes or criminality in you. No, you're not going to have to actually commit a crime. The science of policing the United States is predicting crimes based upon algorithms in Palantir picks up on you by having all of your data. So let's see. We do know that Peter Thiel and Elon Musk, you know, these people who are harvesting all the information about you to make sure you're not criminal. We do know that they are in the Epstein files. We know that Peter Thiel is the one who has propped up JD Eyeliner Vance and has given him every job that he has had since college, who propped him up in his campaign up for senator. Let's get into Peter Thiel and the Jeffrey Epstein of it all, shall we? This link will be in my description box under Epstein as well, if you would like to peruse it on your free time.
Two American billionaires, one shaping global technology, the other cultivating elite networks through leverage, access, and scandal. Epstein's calendars show several meetings with Thiel, while Epstein repeatedly raised Palantir to former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak.
However, he has a company called Palantir. So he thought that Peter would put you on the board of Palantir. Peter Thiel is one of the best.
Even years after Epstein's 2008 conviction for sex offenses, they scheduled dinners and organized meetings, sometimes involving other high profiles. Following these meetings, Jeffrey Epstein invested about $40 million in venture funds co-funded by Peter Thiel. Thiel later founded Palantir, whose technology and surveillance tools are used by intelligence agencies and Israeli military in the occupied West Bank and Gaza. In just over 2 decades, Palantir grew from a CIA-funded startup into a multi-billion-dollar data power embedded in governments, militaries, and public services worldwide. Today, Palantir plays a growing role in the UK state, with contracts spanning the NHS, the Ministry of Defence, and local government systems. In return, Palantir has received nearly £190 million in the UK, while independent investigations suggest the true value of historic and current deals could exceed £670 million. Although protests over Palantir's influence are increasing across the UK, it remains one of the most powerful private data contractors in the British public sector. Palantir moves quietly from wealth to tech to government. Who benefits from this power dynamic remains unclear. Peter Thiel and Jeffrey Epstein, two American billionaires, one shaping global technology.
Okay, now let me show you this. If you're not familiar with this, if you're not familiar with this young lady, I'm pretty sure some of you have heard of Sabi Sab. Go over there and check out the video that she premiered last night. It was very, very, very interesting. Jay-Z is exposed for being a whole sellout for that Barclays Center where he pretended to own a part of, I think it was the Knicks, the Nets, one of those black basketball teams, only to have the Barclay Center erected and tell the black people that, hey, I'm building a new basketball court here, and only put his name on the his name was only temporarily used to gentrify that area for so billionaires could easily come in and build something that the prior residents would not be able to enjoy. He sold out for billionaires, for the billionaire class. He's a whole sellout. And she also brought up something. Her Jay-Z portion of this video is quite interesting. She also brought up, what is her name? Oh, what is her name? The girl who has been going around. Oh my God, I cannot believe I can't remember her name. Talking about Diddy, and she actually was on Piers Morgan show. Jasmine Wright. She was on the Piers Morgan show, and she was talking about Diddy. She was talking about Jay-Z. She has talked about a lot of these very wealthy, very well-connected entertainers. And when she went on Piers Morgan show, Jay-Z's people got in contact with Piers Morgan and told him that he was going to have to take it down and make an apology. And that's exactly what Piers Morgan did. But the one thing that you will always notice about them ignoring or having other news outlet that carry Jasmine Wright, they have them take down the information. But you notice Jasmine Wright has never been sued for the shit that she's out here saying. So there is that. So if you are not familiar with Sabi Sab, we were on Peter Thiel. She is talking about Bill Gates respond. And you notice that Bill Gates, she brought it to my attention that Bill Gates is using the same quote that you hear from Elon Musk, that you hear from 4547 about, I've never gone to the island. Now, it has been proven by Bill Gates' own daughter that he has disowned because she's a trans daughter, that they had in fact have gone to the island. So he wants to poo-poo. Well, it doesn't matter what stories that you get out of the files. It only matters if you convict someone, at least one person. And so he don't want to talk about him lying about not going to the island. Okay, so we know that Peter Thiel has in fact gone to the island. So Have you heard anybody questioning Peter Thiel? Have you heard any of these right-wing pundits question Peter Thiel, who is knee-deep in government surveillance, who has Alex Karp, the CEO of Palantir, who said that they enjoy unaliving people and their enemies? Have you heard anybody question Peter Thiel, who has all of these government contracts with your government and all of your information? Have you heard anybody question Peter Thiel, since your government said that if you do things that they feel that is un-American, un-Christian, that they will put you on a government list to designate you a domestic terrorist? Have you heard anybody questioning Peter Thiel about being on that island and the content of the emails that they have back and forth between Peter Thiel? Nah, y'all worried about the libtards. Let's see. I'm gonna drop her link in my description box. Oh, I will advise you to go over there and check out this link. It is very, very interesting. This is also going to be in my description box under Epstein, because all of these people have a connection with Epstein's. Now, they try to deny that JD had a connection with Harvey Weinstein as well. You know, the Harvey Weinstein who is in jail for being an old perv. You know, that Harvey Weinstein. This is such a very, very good video. Let me play a little portion of you about the Peter Thiel of it all, though. That is what I want to share with you. Here we go. I'm using this under fair use. The link is in my description box under Epstein. Let's go. Let's start with the Gates of it all. Okay, here we go. Let's start with Bill Gates. Seems like he's shooting up more than Africans. It seems like he's shooting up some younger. Oh, Bill Gates also says that there were no pictures of him. When there are absolutely pictures of, he said that he never met any young girls and he's never been to the islands. And why is there in the Epstein cache of pictures, a picture of Bill Gates with a young, small framed female with her face blacked out. And he's standing there like he's on a prom date or something with her. I don't know. Let's get into this.
To Zorro Ranch, Bill? Still together.
Here we go.
Of the Oversight Committee. $3 million there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, tonight's theme is reasonable doubts. Just like the Jay-Z album. Do you have reasonable doubt? We'll see with these stories, ladies and gents. Let's go ahead and say hello here to some of the comments in the chat, and then we'll keep it moving with the next story. Topher saying this to Michael: would Foxy Brown saying they slept together when she was 15 be tangible evidence? Oh boy, it's already starting. Shout out to Bonnie Faith for becoming a Sabby member. Shout out to Tydro for becoming a Sabby member. Shout out to Zeneb Day for becoming a Sabby member. And shout out to Festinolante for becoming a Sabby member. Let's give them all a big whoop whoop in the house. Thank you for the super chat, Roger. AG, we need to get your buddies, your green buddies in North Carolina to run for office in both chambers of NC legislature to turn North Carolina into a CBI state for amendments. This way, voters don't have to wait on the feds to get it done. They can do it at home. That's a good idea. Thank you so much for that, Roger. All right, ladies and gents, if you haven't had a chance to do so, can you do me a solid? Can you smash that like button? And if you're new, don't forget to like, sub, and share, just like a Care Bear. We're going to keep it moving and grooving, folks, for the sake of time, because I don't want to run out of time before I know Butch is going to join as well. The theme again is reasonable doubt. And we're going to talk about this Bill Gates situation. Bill Gates has finally issued a response to his appearance in the Epstein files. It's interesting that after all these years, now he wants to say something about it in an interview. He is one of the people that Nancy Mace is requesting to testify. I don't know if you guys saw this. We're calling for Bill Gates to testify under oath on his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein in front of the Oversight Committee. 3 million pages of Epstein documents were just released by the DOJ, and the allegations are sick. If these allegations are false,
I wonder how come Nancy Mace isn't calling for 45, 47 to testify. I wonder why it's only Bill Gates, who is allegedly a Democrat. I wonder why she's not calling Elon Musk, who was all up and through our government agencies and clawing back money that Congress had already approved to be spent on things like USAID and things like that. How come Nancy Mace is only pointing out Bill Gates, but they can point out whomever in this disgusting cabal of billionaires having their way with underage minors, allegedly.
Bill Gates should have no problem saying so under oath before Congress. And you can see, here's the pictures here, nobody above the law, not billionaires, not the powerful, nobody. You know, so even with Nancy Mace here, what I noticed about her, she's making it partisan, which many of the politicians in DC are doing. The Epstein files are not partisan, as I've shown you on this show multiple times. And it's interesting, she says no one's above the law, not the billionaires, not nobody, but apparently they are, because these files existed for a long time. And I don't see anybody being locked up or going to jail, you know, et cetera. I mean, Donald Trump's a billionaire. He seems to be.
And let's not forget that Kash Patel sat up there in another congressional hearing and said that there was no other people that it appeared that Epstein was pimping out these children to. He was the only one, as Ghislaine Maxwell is the only one sitting in prison. Your FBI director said that there is no one else in these files, and we have seen the dripping of names, emails, and information of other people in these files. Let's continue.
Above the law. So she's making it partisan. I haven't seen her call for anyone who is on the Republican side to come and did.
It's $100 billion handshake. How are you? Thank you. Bill Gates back in Australia, committing his money to medicine. But as we sat down, the world was gripped in the latest round of accusations from the Epstein files.
Yeah, I met Jeffrey in 2011. The focus was always, he knew a lot of very rich people, and he was saying he could get them to give money to Global Health. You know, in retrospect, that was a dead end, and I was foolish to spend time with him. I was one of many people who regret ever knowing him.
Tonight, the demand.
So, under the guise of getting money from a lot of rich people, which you were one of the richest of rich people, you found out that that was a dead end. Yet you continue to spend time with him. I'm curious as to why. When you already understood that that was a dead end and you were probably richer than any of the people that he knew of. But I digress.
And for answers include from his former wife.
Those questions are for those people and for even my ex-husband. They need to answer to those things, not me.
You've no doubt seen the allegations, including some of them in the last 24 to 48 hours. Are they true?
No, apparently Jeffrey wrote an email to himself. That email was never sent. The email is, false. So I don't know what his thinking was there. It just reminds me.
So Jeffrey obviously wrote an email to himself that was never sent. I don't know what he was thinking, as I spent so much time with Jeffrey.
Every minute I spent with him, I regret, and apologize that I did that.
So,
who you apologize to that you spent these regrettable every minutes? Really? Because I haven't heard you come out and say anything like this. You sat down for an interview and you were asked about this, and now you apologize for every minute. To whom are you apologizing to? I'm gonna move forward. You can go over here and check out this link and hear her commentary on it. I think I'm trying to get a little further in this.
I never met any women, and so the more that comes out,
we're saying they never went on the island. I believe that's a trick.
I never met any women, and so the more that comes out, the more clear it'll be that although the time was a mistake, it had nothing to do with that kind of behavior.
He never met any women, but there's several pictures of Bill Gates in the Epstein files with other women. Now, it doesn't mean he did anything with those women, but it's a difference to say, I didn't do anything sexual to these women, I didn't abuse these women, and you saying, I never met any women. There's literally pictures of you with women, Bill. I see why Melinda had to leave you. I see this. It's just wild to me. These people are blatant and are going to come forward and Now he goes on to say that he believed that Epstein was going to help him get money or give him money towards global health. That's important when we get to another email that came from the Epstein files about Bill Gates. Let's go on a little bit more.
Yes, I almost forgot about this. Bill Gates, the one who wants to solve poverty problems and all of this. There's a very crass email that comes from Bill Gates of how are we going to eliminate the world of poor people. Not cure the world, eliminate poor people from this planet. Now we are well aware of Bill Gates. I think that population control is a big issue. He talks about how the world is overpopulated, and we find in the emails that he is trying to figure out how to eliminate the world of poor people. That would be you poor white trash too. Understand? It's not about color. It is about status with these people. These people are sick of the world being polluted with the likes of you. They want the world for themselves. Let's continue. And y'all think that talking about a libtard means anything when the sight is on you as well.
We're here.
It comes at a time where trust in institutions is low and demand for charity is high. Donald Trump ending the USAID program, cutting billions and costing lives.
There are already hundreds of thousands of deaths from the money being cut off.
The Gates Foundation stepping in. Already $100 billion has been spent, and now the Microsoft mogul and his friends are pledging to spend roughly $200 billion more before closing the foundation in 20 years.
So I wanted you to see this, that Bill Gates was at the World Economic Forum. Again, like all these rich people going to these conventions, these events to plan our lives for us. And this is really important. There's another email here that came from the Epstein files. Shout out to Parapower for capturing this one. Now, when you look at this email, let's start at the bottom. It is between Jeffrey Epstein at first and Barry Josephson. Barry Josephson is a filmmaker. So Barry says, Jeffrey, how old is she now? Best Barry. You see it there? It says Josephson Entertainment. The response here says 16. Thank you very much. And this is RE. The subject matter is your niece. It goes on to say here, her full name again. Is she in New York for a few weeks? And sorry, please have your office forward me her mom's contact info again. A friend is shooting a feature in New York, and I'll try to get her in. That's from Barry. And as you can see, it says forwarded message. So Jeffrey Epstein forwarded this message to whoever this is. This name here is redacted. And the message is still forwarded, your niece. Now, this person replies, whoever they are, because the name is redacted. And I want you to see what this says. Cool. I'm excited. Also, I've been thinking a lot about that question you asked Bill Gates. How do we get rid of poor people as a whole? And I have an answer. Comment regarding that for you. When can I call you today to discuss this? So we don't know who this is, but they are saying he had a conversation with Bill Gates about how can they get rid of poor people. The fuck's that's about? What do you mean get rid of poor people? Now, some people saw this and they said it could allude to depopulation. Don't know. But what do you mean get rid of poor people? Do you mean like make poor people disappear? Do you mean like make poverty disappear? Because if you mean make poverty disappear, then you would not need to be, you can't be billionaires. Okay? Because Bill Gates wants you.
Okay, let me take this a little further. I just want you to see, I don't want to play all of her material. I just want you to see some of the things that are very interesting about what is being unearthed. Understand that there were over 3 million items that were released last week in this Epstein file, and still 3 million items that they are still withholding from these files. Now, we are very clear that there have been way many names mentioned in these files, but Kakai Patel wants you to believe that there is no one else who could be tried. And even the Deputy Attorney General came out and said, we would be prosecuting people. And we believe that once the people see what these files contain, you guys are not going to be able to show us any. We're not attorneys. We're not supposed to be going over the files and making a record, making suggestions of who should be tried for crimes. That's your job, Todd Blanche, the Deputy Attorney General. He came out and said that even you, the common man, would not be able to pick out people who needed to be investigated or prosecuted. You lay people who don't know what to look for or what an investigation or prosecution even entails. This is what your Deputy Attorney General came out here as he dumped this load of hot dog shit on the people of all of this obvious perversion. But they can't see any of this because it's concerning well-connected people. Rich people and well-connected people, politicians and the like, and princes and possibly presidents and all of this. Yeah.
No girl should ever be put in the situation that they were put in by Epstein and whatever was going on with all of the various people around him. No girl. I mean, it's beyond heartbreaking, right? I remember being those ages, those girls were. I remember my daughters being those ages, right? So for me, it's personally hard whenever those details come up, right? Because
now this is Melinda Gates, Bill Gates' former wife, who he left. I think she was battling cancer when he left her.
As brings back memories of some very, very painful times in my marriage, but I have moved on from that. I purposely pushed it away and I moved on. I'm in a really unexpected, beautiful place in my life. So whatever questions remain there of what I can't even begin to know all of it, those questions are for those people and for even my ex-husband. They need to answer to those things, not me.
Zeneb Day. Zeneb says that, remember, Bill abandoned her because she got cancer. That's what kind of man he is. Yeah. So
now I want to get to
Elon
Peter.
Thiel,
Okay,
there
here we
is a Democrat, but what they all have in common is class. They're all rich. They're freaking loaded. So they can come together on those things, but they don't want poor people, middle class, or what's left of middle class people in this country. They don't want the 99% to come together on the basis of class. Because you see, Peter Thiel, they chased him down. And I don't know what screams guilty more than this. He was confronted. Watch this.
Any comments at all on the Epstein connections? You were meeting with them?
Nothing?
People are waking up to what you're doing there, sir. That's why we're here covering this.
Nothing?
See how fast he's walking? Walking away, walking away.
Wow, Peter Thiel was booking it. That man picked up the pace. The second the word Epstein came out, it seemed he started getting a little faster. But stone cold Peter Thiel. Of course, co-founded Palantir with Alex Karp, who is still here. And these are the guys who are setting up the Big Brother surveillance system, essentially to track, trace, and database everyone.
Yep.
Not just Americans. You may have heard me say that, but literally everyone. And that's a big reason of part of the reason why he is here. There is a lot of heavy kind of tech representation here and military men who are preparing for something. So
again, if you've done nothing wrong, what are you running away for?
And we know that Peter Thiel and his organization is embedded with our own military. So he feels that he has nothing to answer to. So please go over there and check out this link. I'm going to drop her link also in the chat. I would avail you guys to go over there and support her channel because this video has a lot of good things. And also, let's be clear. They are trying to throw the Prime Minister of the UK out of office because the ambassador from the UK was already known to be someone who had connections with Epstein. And instead of choosing someone else, Steimer kept him in office. And there was a big brouhaha over in the British Parliament. Is this on this video? And Steimer, he may actually lose his seat in Parliament as well. Oh yeah, it is a lot of going on behind these Epstein files. Let me see if it's here or do I have it somewhere else. Hold on 1 second. Oh, it's right here. He was the U.S. ambassador, and he was he was thrown out of government twice in over in the UK. He has Peter Mandelson. Let's get into Peter Mandelson, and let's see how Stormer and the British Parliament is pissed after they found out the connections that Mandelson had with Jeffrey Epstein, and the fact that the Prime Minister knew about these connections with Jeffrey Epstein and still promoted him as the U.S. ambassador. Now they're ready to throw his ass out too, because he thought that even though he knew about it, that he felt that Mandelson would do a good job, and he also he also is trying to say that Mandelson didn't tell him how deep of a friendship or interactions that he had with Jeffrey Epstein. So he's trying to say he knew about it, but he's trying to say, "Oh, I didn't know everything about it, but you knew about it." And of all the people, he had already been thrown out of government twice before for inappropriate behavior, and clawed his way back in. But you guys kept allowing him, even though you knew who he was. Let's get into Peter Mandelson a little.
Let me tell you a little bit about Petey Pete. Who is Peter Mandelson? This is the guy. Okay. Lord Mandelson and his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein are back in the spotlight after numerous emails between the pair featured in the latest release of documents by the U.S. Department of Justice. Notice it says back in the spotlight. What was his role in labor? Let's go on a little bit here. Lord Mandelson started working in labor in the 1980s. He's been a central figure in the party for decades. He played a key role in the new labor movement, which saw Sir Tony Blair win a landslide election victory in 1997. He comes from that movement. And we all know Tony Blair is a war criminal. He played a key role, here we go. The MP for Hartlepool held a number of ministerial roles, but was twice forced.
We know that Tony Blair is also on that board of peace, that fake ass board of peace that they have created that's supposed to rebuild Gaza, but everything on this board of peace that has been discussed is only ways of how the rich are going to enrich themselves, and that this is going to be some new tech city for billionaires and connected people. Tony Blair is part of that peace brigade for Gaza that Trump won't tell you where all of the money is going, that they're going to charge nations to be a part of.
Resign in scandal. Again, this is someone with a history, but Keir Starmer was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. His first resignation was in 1998, when it was revealed he had received a secret loan of 73,000 pounds from his ministerial colleague, Jeffrey Robinson. Less than a year, he was back in government as Northern Ireland secretary before being forced to quit in 2001 over allegations of misconduct related to a passport application for the Hinduja brothers. An inquiry later cleared him of wrongdoing. After spending 4 years as EU Trade Commissioner, he made another shock comeback when the Prime Minister Gordon Brown, appointed him as business secretary and gave him a place in the House of Lords. Why was he sacked as U.S. ambassador? So again, global politics is domestic politics. You see the relationship here? Yeah, buddy. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer appointed the Labour veteran as the UK's ambassador in Washington in December of 2024. It was hoped his contacts across business and politics, as well as his ability to charm, would help him to develop a strong relationship with the incoming Trump administration. Lord Mandelson's friendship with Epstein and the fact that he continued his relationship with the financier after he was convicted was known at the time of the appointment. What I tell you, they knew. Even The Guardian Labor MPs say Starmer days as MP are numbered amid fury over Mandelson. Days are numbered. Labor MPs have warned that Keir Starmer's days as prime minister are numbered after a day of fury over the appointment of Peter Mandelson as U.S. ambassador, despite his friendship with Jeffrey Epstein. The government was on the brink of a defeat in the Commons until a mid-debate amendment brokered by Meg Hillier and Angela Rayner to force the release of the documents about Mandelson's appointment and the depth of his relationship with the convicted child sex offender. So they want him out of there. They want him out. Now, here is Keir Starmer now asking for forgiveness, right? This is his statement now.
Let me be clear. No one is above accountability. And no one, however well connected, however experienced, however senior,
Now understand, he already knew this when he put him in the position. Now he's talking about no one. Get the fuck out of here. These people are disgusting.
should hold public office if they cannot meet the basic test of honesty.
Now it's the basic test of honesty. I was lied to, even though I knew the information, and I didn't query him any further to unearth these ghastly details. It was prudent upon him to declare all of the things that I didn't know. But I knew he was a friend of Epstein, and I was so uncurious, I just gave him the position. But it is his fault. Do you hear this bullshit?
But you knew that he had that relationship with Epstein, and you appointed him anyway. So apparently, yes, some people are above the law.
I also want to address the publication of the information Mandelson provided during the appointment process. I understand the strength of public feeling. I share the anger that people feel when powerful individuals appear to escape scrutiny. And I want to be able to release those documents as quickly as possible. I wanted to release them yesterday, in fact.
I want to be able to release those documents. I've been wanting for all this time. But here's the reason I can't do it. I don't want to interfere with the investigation. Where have you heard this bullshit before?
And to talk about them at Prime Minister's questions.
No, you didn't. So here's the thing. If he wanted to release them, he could have done that already. Notice the talking points, guys. Here we go again with no one is above the law. I
think we have him. No, we don't have him there. It's not there. Him before Parliament. No. You know who else is in the Epstein files that she is talking about? Savannah Guthrie, the one whose mother is missing. She was supposed to release something. She talks about it here. She was supposed to release something about the Epstein files. And weirdly enough, something has happened. Her mother has disappeared. Now I'm going to play you a little part you got to hear this Jay-Z stuff, but I just want to play this little TikTok about Jay-Z and him being intertwined with Weinstein and Epstein. Go check her out.
And you got some Zionists on there. It's hilarious that you have Zionists be a part of a coalition called the United Justice Coalition.
The United Justice Coalition. She also brings up a great point. Everybody from Ben Crump all the way down to Jay-Z is on this United Justice Coalition. You know Jay-Z who who told everyone after he got the position at the NFL, instead of supporting Colin Kaepernick, the only thing that he said that he thought that it was time to get up off of the knee now. After that's the only thing that he said about the Colin Kaepernick protest. I think it's time to get up off of our knees now. Okay, so let's remember Jay-Z.
There was a prediction. I don't know if anybody ever saw this woman. We'll get to her in just a second, actually. I want to show you what this girl said. Because Jay-Z has not made a statement.
Jay-Z, we need an explanation, because this is not any random person out here hating on you. This is your previous business colleague writing Jeffrey Epstein in 2014, saying that you basically sold out the Black community. This is not Onika or all the people that you want to say are hating on you and saying whatever. This is Jess Saley writing Jeffrey Epstein in 2014 saying, you want to know why we are not Sao Paulo? Watch the TV ads on the Super Bowl. It's all about hip Blacks and hip cars with white women. The group that should be in the streets has been bought off by Jay-Z.
This was during the height of the Colin Kaepernick. Remember Colin Kaepernick kneeling and all that kind of stuff when they were calling for people to boycott and everything. So let's just all remember again, that was Jess Staley, who is a banker, who's in the Epstein files multiple times, but he's a banker. He was basically saying that Jay-Z was selling out his own people because Jay-Z was basically there as a distraction, whether it's through music or whatever, to prevent people from getting out into the streets.
And now what she has from Sloan Bella, the psychic. This was new to me. You got to go check this video out. This stuff predates all of this Epstein release. So let's see what Sloan Bella has to say.
Let me show you who Jess Staley is. This is Jess Staley. You know him. He's a banker. He's the former CEO at the Barclays. And let's look at your association with the Barclays, Jay. Jay-Z is deeply connected to the Barclays Center in Brooklyn, having headlined its inaugural concert series in 2012. This man wrote that email in 2014, opened it as a symbol of Brooklyn's revitalization because no one really protested the gentrification like they typically would, because Jay-Z's from Marcy, he's Brooklyn's own. So it was a very good selling point having Jay-Z be the face of this. Yep. And he even held a small ownership stake around 0.5 to 1%, which he later sold, though his entrepreneurial spirit helped him bring the venue and the Nets to his home borough. This man said that you was a sellout, Jay-Z. Is there an activist group that was paid off to not protest or boycott this happening in Brooklyn?
Again, he is on the advisory board of the United Justice Coalition, but he didn't want to support that justice. So you see the problem?
Does anyone know that? Was there an activist group in Brooklyn that typically would protest against these type of efforts that for some reason did not do it in this situation that was bought off? Just asking questions. We need a statement.
Yeah, and he's not issuing a statement. Also, remember, we mentioned Diddy earlier. When Diddy went to jail, Jay-Z had nothing to say. No statement, no nothing. Wasn't that his friend? If your friend went to jail, you have nothing to say. So, yeah, I have reasonable doubts that when people say, well, Jay, now
14, saying that you basically sold out the Black community.
Sorry.
This is not Onika or all the people that you want to say are hating on you and saying whatever.
Sorry, she came back. But anyway, this woman here, her name is Sloan Bella. She made this prediction. Listen to this.
We are in 2024. This is whatever month this is. This is March, the beginning of 2024. So we are headed for the next 3 years, 25, 26, and 27, with the beginning initial stages of the knockdown when it comes to Jay-Z. He is not next in line. He is second to next in line because he's still attached to a hierarchy which encompasses financial, political, and just basically public. So he's not absolutely going to be taken down yet. The next 3 years, yes, there are steps where if he doesn't fall into line, he is going to be shaken up. Now, what I do see 3 years from now, him, his wife, and his kid, I see them with suitcases, and I literally see them leaving. So their residence will no longer be in the United States.
Sounds similar to Russell Simmons, right? How he packed up and got out of here. She made that prediction a couple years ago. So it looks like Jay-Z's, I don't know, protection is starting to fall here. But the reality is, like I said, for the people who are saying he couldn't have possibly known Harvey Weinstein, yes, he did. So this is why I say you can't have idols, you can't have heroes. You got to get out of that mentality and look at things for what they really are. Now, does that mean that he actually did something to these people? We don't know. We don't know. But what was driving me crazy is that people were willing to seriously lie after they had receipts right in front of them and say, no, he never knew that man. You should have reasonable doubt. All right. Oh, yay, Butch. All right, Butch is here. Yeah.
Oh, okay. One more thing. Oh, did I? You got to see here the Jaguar right pieces in here as well.
Let me show you what Jaz-O said. This video was uploaded 16 years ago. It's very short. Watch this.
Jay Beans? Jay and Beans? Yeah. Yo, all that's eventual. All I got to tell y'all is I told y'all in 2002, and y'all ain't believe me. I told y'all that nigga was a crab, and y'all ain't believe me. You know what I'm saying? How many accounts got to come up? Dane, Biggs, R. Kelly, Kiss, Beans. I mean, the list go on. That nigga's a crab. It ain't no hate involved, but you know, you gonna see. Still biting my step. Jaz-O's the best. Secret Society with Jay-Z, man. He's involved, but he's involved with this shit, man. He involved with that play shit. Like, see, people don't understand the science behind Satan, Lucifer, and God.
Did you see what he did with his hand? You see what he did with his hands? What he said he was involved with? Again, This guy knows him. They go way back. They've known each other since they were kids.
And if you notice, he calls himself J. Ho.
A lot later on. That's actually not true. There are literally pictures and videos out here with Jay-Z, with Harvey Weinstein, and you got people on social media saying he never even knew him. Well, no, he definitely knew him. I mean, these are the more like kind of recent ones, but I'm going to take you back. We are going on a journey, and I'm going to show you that he did know him, and you'll see why. Here he is with Harvey Weinstein at a function here. So this is pre-dreads, pre-locks, Jay-Z. So you know this was years ago, right? Jay-Z's had those locks for a couple of years now.
You're the only one who ever yelled at me and got away with it. And I take it any time from you. I want to see him get it too.
Now it is alleged that Harvey Weinstein may have functioned as Jay-Z's handler. I don't know for certain, but I do know.
Let's move forward. You got to go over here and watch this. You got to go watch it. Now, she did have something about JD Vance as well. I don't think I'm going to be able to find it. But go over there and check her out. This was a great video. Now, I think I'm going to. There is a man who is running for. I'm not a big fan of. I personally am not a big fan of Gavin Newsom, even though he has been trolling Trump well. Gavin Newsom put the brakes on any thought of reparations. What is this dude's name? There is a Green Party candidate for the party for governor in California. His name is, I believe it is Wade. Let me find this real quick. Bear with me. Let me find this young man. She also had him on her show after all of that Jay-Z stuff. But he is running for the Green Party. I hope you guys take a moment and go check him out as well. Oh my God. Okay. Oh my goodness. Let me show you. I will share with you. I hope I'm able to share this. I'm sharing this at the end of my video just in case I have to erase it. I will erase it because it has music in it. So this is his campaign ad. Let me share this with you. Butch Ware is his name. He is running on the Green Party ticket for the governor of California. I think that it is time for us to really start looking at these different candidates and letting our Democrat and Republican candidates know that if you are not going to vote and govern in our interests when you get these positions, you are going to be out of your positions. We see how all of these Republicans are falling in line under 45, 47. If he says he's going to have somebody to primary them if they don't do his bidding. I think it's time for the American people to tell our sitting elected officials that if you do not do our bidding, we will not put you back in office, and we will stand behind other people who want to represent the interests of their constituents. This is what we send you there for. Burkina Faso has done something very unique. They have gotten rid of political parties. That is another thing that I also learned. They have gotten rid of political parties. It's a lot of okay. Hold on. Let me share with you this Burkina Faso thing. Now they have gotten together with Mali and Mali and another nation in Africa, and Burkina Faso, and they have created their own group where they want to put their money together. They want to put their strength together to build a stronger Africa. They don't want the West coming in and robbing them of their wealth. That's why Mali and Burkina Faso has thrown out France, and now it seems like the West is quite tight about it. You know that these countries have a lot of rare earth minerals and gold that they have been stealing from these countries. Now, the BRICS want Burkina Faso to join the BRICS, and you know these Western nations do not like when they cannot manipulate and colonize these African nations. So it's getting a little hectic right now, but let me. I think this is from Sabby Sabs also about Burkina Faso. Hold on, let me share this with you. I told you the story years ago how Burkina Faso threw out the French, and then the French was real disrespectful and said some real crazy shit. Now let me here we go. Let me get to this. Here we go. Let me share this with you. Why am I sharing this with you? Because they don't want people to be indebted to political parties and just voting on things because it's a party thing to vote on. How many of these Republicans and Democrats you hear talk against a measure, but then when it's time to vote, they actually go in and vote on these same things that they are speaking against? Let's get into this.
Rights groups say are shrinking the civic space of the Sahel. Happen in this country. Burkina Faso just banned political parties. It's the latest of several measures that rights groups say are shrinking the civic space of the Sahel nation. Now, what you have to understand, again, when they're talking about rights groups, you have to look into some of these organizations. A lot of them are puppets of the West, and they support, obviously, these countries following the path of the West, of the US, of France. Like France was all up in there, Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso, stealing their resources, etc. But let's get into this, ladies and gentlemen. That is him. That is Captain Ibrahim.
Niger, that's the other country I couldn't. Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso. Now, there have already been, I think they said over 40 attempts on his life as it is.
Traore, he has been, they love him. They love him there. And this is another one that I say.
And the thing that you also will see in American media, how people are so oppressed under him. See, they try to make you feel that they're going in and rescuing the people of Burkina Faso. That is what our government is good at, trying to make you believe that the people are suffering. But with the internet, the word has really gotten out how much these people really love Tareen. What is his name? How much they love. What is his name? How much they love their leader. They love the leader of Burkina Faso. So. They're trying to do this sleight of hands and trying to say that Burkina Faso needs to be liberated from its leader. They're already trying this.
Keep an eye on. The West may try to find a way to take him out. He has had over 20 assassination attempts on his life. He's one of the leaders that they see as a significant threat because, again, he does not want the West there. He does not want the imperialism. They want to be self-sufficient. Similar to Libya and Gaddafi. So they are banning.
So you see what happens when you try to pull yourself up by the bootstraps. But you are not allowed to harvest your own wealth in your own country. You were supposed to let France come into your own country and take all the gold out of your country and say that they have to refine it. Burkina Faso is making their own gold refineries in their own country. So how dare you refine your own riches? How dare you pull yourself up by your bootstraps? You need our guidance. You see how they do you when they tell you need to pull yourself up by the bootstrap, and they bomb Tulsa, Oklahoma. You see what it is. You know what it is. The same thing is going on now. So keep your eyes peeled on this story?
Political parties. After several years of suspension, political parties in Burkina Faso have formally been dissolved by the military government, which has also seized all their assets in a move analysts say is a major blow for democracy in the West African nation. So why is it a blow to democracy to abolish political parties? Because when you look back at history, you will see that the founding fathers of this country did not agree with political parties. And the reason why they did not support political parties is because that they feared that people would side with their party over policy or over issues. And that's exactly what we have in this country. You have candidates that are part of different parties that may feel differently about certain issues, but when that legislation comes to the floor for a vote, they follow party leadership. We've seen this before with the squad. So, Roger Meadows, friend of the show, woke me up to this idea a year ago. He said, why do we need to have political parties? Why? I think it's a way to keep us more divided, right? If you think about that. In a decree issued on Thursday, the government led by Captain Ibrahim Traore scrapped all laws which established and regulated political parties, accusing them of failing to comply with the guidelines. Listen to the way Al Jazeera describes this. Troubled. The troubled West African nation is struggling with violence from armed groups linked to ISIL, ISIS, and Al-Qaeda. It is one of the growing number of West and Central African nations to have undergone coups in recent years. And as we've said before on the show, as we've dived into this, right? A lot of times these groups, these fragments that are still left over of ISIS, they're just created by the West. They're created by the CIA. They're created by these intel groups to go into these countries that want to be self-sufficient and to disrupt and cause chaos. Why? So then the West can come in and say, we have to come in and save the people, protect the women and the children, which doesn't really work that much anymore since they backed a whole damn genocide. But they'll use that logic and then they come in and they overthrow the leader. And they've been trying to get rid of him for quite some time. Traore seized power in September 2022, 8 months after an earlier military coup had already overthrown the democratically elected president, Roch Marc Kabore. Despite strong criticism by rights groups and opposition politicians of his authoritarian approach, 37-year-old Traore has successfully built up an online cult-like following among Pan-Africanists, with many likening him to the late Burkinabe revolutionary leader Thomas Sankara. You know, it's interesting that they say it's an online cult following when you can actually see videos on YouTube of people in Burkina Faso being very happy with what he is doing and that he is there. They're building their own roads. They're developing, they're improving their infrastructure without the West. France is pissed because they can't come into Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali and steal their resources anymore. Imagine being in a country that is rich with resources, but you're not getting it because Western countries come in and they steal it. And then everybody looks at you and they say everybody there is poor. Think about that for a second. Traore's anti-colonial, anti-imperial pronouncements are often shown in high-definition AI-generated videos that have gained him widespread admiration across the internet. But the decision to ban political parties does not sit well for democracy. See this? It's all about democracy, right? And then a lot of times they say that when some of the Western countries say that, oh, this country is not practicing democracy, it really a lot of times means that this country is not allowing the West to come in and do what they want to do. I thought you should see this from Al Jazeera because Al Jazeera doesn't always get it right either. They can be a hit or miss. Remember, they're also in Qatar, so you know how they can bend on certain things. That was the first announcement. Here's the second announcement. And I know the West is fuming over this one. 3 West African juntas have turned to Russia. Oh boy. Now the US wants to engage them. So here we go again. The U.S. has declared a stark policy shift towards 3 West African countries which are battling Islamist insurgents and whose military governments have broken defense ties with France and turned towards Russia. So does everybody see what's happening now? So the AES, which is Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger, they formed this alliance called the AES. They're anti-imperialists. They don't want you there. Okay. And honestly, I think they have every right to do that. I don't think the West should be in these countries and taking over people and killing people, killing their leaders. We ain't got time for none of that. We don't need to be there. We got problems right here in the United States. That's why our country is falling apart.
This is the fastest proven way to actually clear chronic sinus congestion.
Go over there and check this video out. The link is in my description box. I hope you go over there and check this out. So my whole point is I think that it's time that some type of changes be made in the psyche of the American voter. I think that too many Democrats are on the knee to Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli money that they get from is the Israeli lobby, AIPAC. I think that not enough of our politicians are beholden to their constituents. In this last vote, Jill Stein, I think he was actually the vice president who was running with Jill Stein, and I absolutely believe that you were throwing your vote away if you voted for Jill Stein. But what I'm going to say right now is that we need better politicians. And if we are going to have to choose between the lesser of two evils, I think that it would be good if we have somebody who is coming with a change that we really need in the United States. And I think that it would be good if we support different people who are speaking to what America really needs in their politicians in this day and age. Because, not being able to tell one from the other, and when they are just dealing in their own personal self-interest has gotten America to where we are today. And trying to have you look at your neighbor as if your neighbor is the problem, and that's all you have to say as they sit up there and write off all their breakfast, lunches, and dinners, and elbowing with the elite and the powerful. I think all the time is up for this. I think that it's time for these politicians to piss or get off the pot. It is time for our politicians to represent the people. America is in shambles, in my opinion. So I just wanted to share with you. He was also on her channel. If nothing else, he had a good opening campaign song. This is Butch Ware. Let me share Butch Ware's campaign song with you guys. And in closing, please hit the like button. And if you enjoy my news, come back over and visit with me next week. I usually come live at 8 o'clock a.m. That would be 10 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. That would be 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So let me share this in closing. Hey, Lee Brand New, it's good to see you. Um, um, CH Chris 2109. You can see whatever if you want to call me a hypocrite, call me whatever you choose to call me. You can I'm unaffected by what you call me. I'm just here to do my content. If you don't like my content, nobody is chaining you in this chat room. You understand? No one cares about what you're talking about, but you're in my chat room, so maybe you care about what I'm talking about. Let me share this with you. I found this. I thought that this was a nice little ditty that he has to open up his campaign. And we'll see who's on the ticket. A lot of these people need to never run again. From Chuck Schumer to a whole lot of them need to never run again.
Beware, freestyle, ready, aim, bust. About to pop out and show 'em. One goddess, I promise. Yeah, I'm coming for Trump. Fascists get demolished, Republican and Democrat. I Trump strike like Obama at a Yemeni wedding. Double tapping the drama for Team Blue and Team Red. It's about to get drastic, blacked out and redacted like your Epstein files. Nasty, freaky, and tragic. Your politics are disgusting, but we gotta get past it. Pass the mic, watch me blast it like Nas on your matic. Got a manic, frantic, scrambling in the day's panic. You know they can't stand it, body on in a verse. Handle light work first. Eric Swalwell, all hell. Back up the hearse. Eric Swalwell for Israel and Cape for the cops. Wrote a thank you note to Ice Kid. I kid you not. He dropped draws for APAC. Me, I rep Tupac. And the Panthers like a Fanny Good and plenty. Catching many. Katie Porter up next. Hershey beat up her ex. And she screamed at her staff. Power storm off the set. They want you drowning in debt. I get free healthcare in college. Lay it down as a bet. Professor Ware dropping knowledge. Dropping housing costs. And show them who the boss. Power back to the people. Everyone free and equal. Take care of buses too. We taking care of you. Not the billionaires and Zionists. They're one Team Blue and Team Red alike. It's time to pass the mic and let a real opposition party into the fight. That brings us back to Team Red. Them fascists want us all dead. I'm gunning straight for the top. The fish rots from the head. Say Trump, I heard you like I'm young. You in them PDF files. Nigga, you must think we dumb. We ain't slow like you. And I know I struck a chord. A minor is the key. Cause you grape them in their teens and your little maggots. Bianco and Hilton, they all the same to me. They want ice up in the streets, so we fighting back. Coalition on a mission. Asian, black, and Latino. And all the working class gringos, brown and native peoples. And all the folk who love freedom. We taking Cali back. They not like us. Step up, help me beat them. They not like us. Beware, freestyle, ready, aim, bust. About to pop out and show 'em. One goddess, I promise. Yeah, I'm coming for Trump. Fascists get demolished, Republican and Democrat. I Trump strike like Obama at a Yemeni wedding. Double tapping the drama for Team Blue and Team Red. It's about to get drastic, blacked out and redacted like your Epstein files. Nasty, freaky, and tragic. Your politics are disgusting, but we gotta get past it. Pass the mic, watch me blast it like Nas on your matic. Got a manic, frantic, scrambling in the day's panic. You know they can't stand it, body all in a verse. Handle light work first. Eric Swalwell, all hell, back up the hearse. Eric Swalwell for Israel and Cape for the cops. Wrote a thank you note to Ice Kid. I kid you not. He dropped draws for APAC. Me, I rep Tupac. And the Panthers like a Fanny Good and plenty. Catching many. Katie Porter up next. Hershey beat up her ex. And she screamed at her staff. Power storm off the set. They want you drowning in debt. I get free healthcare in college. Lay it down as a bet. Professor Ware dropping knowledge. Dropping housing costs. And show them who the boss. Power back to the people. Everyone free and equal. Take care of buses too. We taking care of you. Not the billionaires and Zionists. They're one Team Blue and Team Red alike. It's time to pass the mic and let a real opposition party into the fight. That brings us back to Team Red. Them fascists want us all dead. I'm gunning straight for the top. The fish rots from the head. Say Trump, I heard you like I'm young. You in them PDF files. Nigga, you must think we dumb. We ain't slow like you. And I know I struck a chord. A minor is the key. Cause you grape them in their teens and your little maggots. Bianco and Hilton, they all the same to me. They want ice up in the streets, so we fighting back. Coalition on a mission. Asian, black, and Latino. And all the working class gringos, brown and native peoples. And all the folk who love freedom. We taking Cali back. They not like us. Step up, help me beat them.
All right, guys. Thank you for joining me. Hey, Barry Carey. Thank you for joining me. It is what it is. It is whatever you say it is. I really don't care. The show is over. Thank you for joining me. Obviously, you're here to the end. Please hit the like button if you want to support this channel. $ Ronnie Q. All right, guys. I hope you guys have a great, fabulous weekend. I appreciate you all being here. All of the people who are angry, hit that thumb up. Don't be mad. Get glad. Hit that thumb up. I'm out. I'll see you guys another time. I will see you guys another time.